for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand Final, Champion Rush, Last Squad Standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a Booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
Minutes to gameplay. The only question is who will be eliminated first.
And the electrotherapy makes the difference here. EVOS Divide. Get him. Oh.
ดีครับดี
Bro, might have just hit a brick wall that they cannot get out of. Falcons again with the better rotation, better decision making, gets the second Booyah of the night.
Tự quy đánh giá EVOS như thế nào?
EVOS cũng chỉ cần thôi.
There you go, there you have it.
Wasana with that M249 as well, giving that some warning shot towards him, making sure that he couldn't assist his own teammate, and that also have been taken out. And now on the axle left on just right above the rooftop, and a Booyah goes towards the Buriram United Esports. See?
Cheetah Caroline still like doing work.
I understand English, don't understand Thailand, and they are good.
Okay, he's not so good in Thai, but he's very good in English, guys.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser. Stop trying to look cool and help out already.
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand finals, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the Grand Final. Grand Final, Champion Rush, Last Squad Standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a Booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
Game played. Only question is who will be eliminated first.
And electrotherapy makes the difference here. EVOS divide. Piano. Oh.
ดีครับดี
Bro, might have just hit a brick wall that they cannot get out of. Falcons again with the better rotation, better decision making, gets the second Booyah of the night.
Tự quy đánh giá EVOS như thế nào?
Leaderboard cũng tiếp cận thôi.
There you go, there you have it.
Wasana with that M249 as well, giving that some warning shot towards him, making sure that he couldn't assist his own teammate, and Zwag also being taken out, and now on the axle left on just right above the rooftop, and a Booyah goes towards the Buriram United Esports. See?
Gina Caroline still like doing work.
I understand English, don't understand Thailand, and they not good.
Okay, he's not so good in Thai, but he's very good in English, guys.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser. Stop trying to look cool and help out already.
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates. Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a Booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
Managed the game played. Only question is who will be eliminated first.
And the electrotherapy makes the difference here. EVOS Divine. Get him. Oh.
ดีครับดี
Bro might have just hit a brick wall that they cannot get out of. Falcons again with the better rotation, better decision making, gets the second Booyah of the night.
Tụi Quy đánh giá EVOS như thế nào?
Leaderboard cũng chỉ cần thôi.
There you go, there you have it.
Wasana with that M249 as well, giving that some warning shot towards him, making sure that he couldn't assist his own teammate, and Zwet also have been taken out, and now on the extra left on just right above the rooftop, and a Booyah goes towards a Buriram United Esports. See?
Gina Caroline still like doing work.
I understand English, don't understand Thailand, and they not good.
Okay, he's not so good in Thai, but he's very good in English, guys.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser. Stop trying to look cool and help out already.
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad Mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad Mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand Final, Champion Rush, Last Squad Standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a Booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
Minute to game played. Only question is who will be eliminated first.
And electrotherapy makes the difference here. EVOS divide. Piano. Oh.
ดีครับดี
Bro might have just hit a brick wall that they cannot get out of. Falcons again with the better rotation, better decision making, gets the second Booyah of the night.
Tụi Quy đánh giá EVOS như thế nào?
Leaderboard cũng chỉ cần thôi.
There you go, there you have it.
Wasana with that M249 as well, giving that some warning shot towards him, making sure that he couldn't assist his own teammate, and Zwag also being taken out, and now on the axle left on just right above the rooftop, and a Booyah goes towards the Buriram United Esports. See?
The Chick Airline still doing work.
I understand English, don't understand Thailand, and they are good.
Okay, he's not so good in Thai, but he's very good in English, guys.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser. Stop trying to look cool and help out already.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2025, the last day for the knockout stage and the last chance for the teams to get to the top 6 and join the other finalists. The question is, who will keep their dream alive? On the desk, I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, joined by the Mustachio Agent.
It's always a pleasure to shoutcast with you, Neptune. I mean, the fun never ends when the Mustachio and Neptune are on the desk, right? And all of these players have been having fun because it's been a super long league. I don't think we have ever in the history of FFWSC have a league this long, but we have loved absolutely every single bit of it, right? Especially this whole new phase 1, phase 2 thing where, you know, in the past couple of weeks, every day was a grand finals where we got to see one team qualify into the grand finals, and to keep all of them fighting all the way down to the final day of the knockout phase. Today's the final day. After this, we are going to take quite a bit of a rest before we come back in here with the grand finals. And I think it has been a long but very beautiful journey. Let's take a look at our predictions here. Some similarities across the board. Okay, I have started to believe in the Malaysians as well after what Expand showed me yesterday. And trust me when I say, Neptune, I've been waiting a long time to support them. Again, I hope to see more from them.
Exactly, and despite of Todak being on top of Expand on the leaderboard, I think in terms of consistency, it's Expand really who has a greater chance. It's very close. They are very close. Todak on 6, Expand on 7, and the difference is only 5. So I think if Expand really wants it, and if they keep up the consistency, they will be able to reach or probably exceed that top 6. So let's see on what they have to offer. But for the rest, it's pretty much like what they've shown, especially for core memory. I mean, I've been looking at how they've been doing all throughout, and it's only once that they grab a Booyah, or one day that they grab a Booyah, and then one day that they exceeded expectation that hit the first on the like the team of the day.
Yeah, absolutely right. And that's exactly when we realized core memory has still got it in them. And yeah, we are looking forward to seeing a little bit more from the Thai team as well. Obviously, there will be the one opportunity for us to see a lot of Misa today. But what is all of the effort for? Is for the $100,000 baby. A total of 350,000 USD plus on the table for both BR and CS put together. And for BR alone, the champions walk away with 100K solid. That's amazing, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. And as you did mention earlier, it has been a long marathon for everyone right here. Imagine 6 weeks of battle with inclusion of Clash Squad into the mix, more prizes to be gathered by the team, and it is about to end. I mean, we're already in the last part of what you're seeing on the screen right now, and before we head into the grand finals, I think there's a lot more that the teams will be doing to evolve, to change, to adjust, and make sure that they have a bigger piece of that pie.
Yeah, no doubt at all. And of course, this is once again the 1st of June, which means the final day of phase 2. We have already completed the Swiss stage for both Clash Squad days as well. So after today, we are looking forward to the grand finals. One day for Clash Squad, one day for Battle Royale, the 13th and the 14th of June. So the teams will get about a decent 12 days of rest, especially for the ones who are still hustling in here today. Of course, for the ones who qualified early like RRQ, they've been chilling quite a while. And I hope that actually affects them in some sort of a way where it reduces their performance so that these underdogs can really give them a run for their money later on at the 13th and the 14th.
Yeah, I mean, what we've done, especially in knockout stage phases, is more of give a chance for those who often has been left behind when it comes to the point rush as well as the knockout stage. Well, and that's one thing that is happening right now. They have that chance. A lot of teams who are often already out of the league is still fighting it, and this is how they prove that they have what it takes. Most of the teams really prioritizing on survivability gets the bigger piece of the point system, but if you get that Booyah, you get the 12 points, and then it tapers down up until the 10th, and 11 and 12 will get nada.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the tiebreakers. You guys know the usual jazz, and this is the one groundbreaking adjustment that we have brought in this season, the unique active skills, and it has brought out so much in the teams and in the players, and it has actually disrupted quite a bit of gameplay out there as well. It has forced teams to be much more tactical than the past seasons where you just see them rushing in without thinking, purely depending on their micro skills in terms of that micro second decision making capability, as well as their mechanical skills as well, right? Now you actually have to use your brains. one wrong move and you are going to be toast. Some of the big teams are struggling as well.
Yeah, definitely. And this is the format, the Champion Rush format, is where some of, or all of the teams doesn't have any room for mistakes, because if in case a lot of teams are already taking that Champion Rush condition, if they hit that 80 points, then one Booyah will be needed to get that championship. And the other teams, they need to focus more on surviving and getting that Booyah as well. But not only that, for each and every day of broadcast, we have the LBS challenge, the live broadcast segment challenge, wherein there are a few that is funny. There are a few that is, I would say, to be honest, annoying. But it still shows up on the battlefield that they don't want to lose.
Yeah, I'll tell you this, right? Whatever happens, I know for the next season, they are going to change LBS to LBC, only because we keep messing it up. It's a mouthful, bro. Live broadcast challenge just it makes so much more it's sense because it's a challenge, right? But of course, sorry, Garina. Today's team list, I mean, it's the same as the past 2 days. It's the same 12 guys who will be, same 12 teams will be jumping on in there, trying to get the best. We already know exactly who's at the top, who's at the bottom after 2 days of performance. And one of those teams that made the climb to the top yesterday was Core Memory Esports. It's phenomenal to watch them in action.
Definitely. I mean, 2 Booyahs in that day. And as I mentioned earlier, the first time that they showed up, if we calculate how much they improved from day number 1 up until yesterday, I mean, it's 150+% that they did. They ended up 10th place after day 1 of this final part, and then they managed to take that number 1 spot for that day's challenge. So I guess they are securing their spot. They don't want to be left behind out of all the Thailand teams that has been there in the finalists.
Yeah, and we also have to consider how abysmal their performance was during the knockout stage phase 1. I mean, Core Memory did not do great at all at that stage, and we thought they would redeem themselves in the phase 2, but they kind of messed that up a little bit as well. But to get the job done on the final 3 days of phase 2, the 18 games, how are you going to make best of the situation, pull away as many points as possible? That's what it's all about, and CRM is doing great. Like you pointed out earlier, 2 Booyahs, and that has launched them to the 3rd spot now with a total of 159 points. They're just 1 point behind Onyx, and Onyx is 51 points behind EVOS. So is there a possibility for CRM to overtake EVOS today? Absolutely. Are they going to be looking to overtake? I don't think so, right? Because because of how close the points are on the overall table, CRM also needs to focus on being safe out there as well. They cannot get taken out of the lobby too early.
Yeah, and from what I reviewed on the gameplay rotation of CRM, they pretty much adapted what EVOS Divine has did in the first day. They are staying out of a lot of elimination, well, apart from some of the games, especially in the early parts of yesterday, because they really need to catch up on points. So they started picking up a few teams, but isolating them from the rest of the teams. When they know that it's tough, when they know that it's a third party that they need to act off, then they will get away. They will try to go rotate with the circle and just stay in there as much as possible before they get their chance. And that's what EVOS Divine has done. But from yesterday, well, it has been explained by Razia that they're doing a few things as well, and they keep challenging Team Flash. Not quite sure what the ideation is regarding that, but Team Flash is still part of the top 6, so I guess it's about time for them to end that play.
I mean, I don't know, right? Because yes, they have been going and tickling Team Flash, but Team Flash has also been able to win out that bouts a couple of times and force EVOS to be on the recovery gameplay, hence why yesterday was not a good day for EVOS at all. And I do agree with you, right? They may want to look for something else, but I also think that they respect Team Flash a lot and they see a lot
within the Vietnamese region, within Team Flash itself, and they really want to test their battle skills against them time and time again. And this is a really dangerous situation for Vietnam, because if EVOS is going to sharpen their skills on how they're going to take you guys down, then they just become more and more lethal as the days go by. But thankfully, we are going to go in... Oh, okay, all right. This time, 2 regions, all right? Because we pointed out how cheeky Garena was with all 4 regions involved in the battle. Today's Booyah battle, which region will have more Booyahs? Indonesia or Vietnam? Jang, jang, jang. Malaysia's going to get the most.
I mean, it's tough though, because imagine the probability. It's 2 against 5 that we have right here. And we've seen some of the teams from Vietnam, like for instance, day number 1, heavy PE Sports, or all around the 2 days. Heavy PE Sports, WHGOW, they had their piece of those Booyah. And if it happens in one day against Onyx Olympus and Evo's Divine, then there's a huge possibility that the Vietnam might win, unless the other teams or the other region, as you did mention, really pops off.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the other 2 regions are Thailand, represented by CRM, and Malaysia by Todak, Expand, as well as Vamos. Purgatory, Alpine Solara, Bermuda, Nextera, Kalahari. This will be the route of our 6 maps in here today. I kind of missed the randomizer, but thankfully we do have the randomizer at the start of the day itself to keep things spicy each and every single day. Teams will not know what sort of momentum they start with, all because not every single team out there has managed to find dominance on every single map. I mean, later on, when you'll see the top 3 for every single map, you will definitely see EVOS up there. One rare situation at Purgatory, you will see Vamos, where EVOS currently has been struggling. Not a single Purgatory Booyah for the team of EVOS, and that is actually quite shocking, nephew.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they know how to work the rotation, they know how to get elimination, but not so much in finding, well, not really finding the final circle, but surviving towards the final circle and getting that Booyah. But for Vamos, despite of all the hype that we had made, especially when Purgatory is involved, from yesterday, or from the past 2 days, they haven't really performed. I mean, imagine 2 days and they only had 51 points. And the same story for Visakha Sriwijaya. It looks like they've lost the fire in being aggressive, or they're getting too aggressive that it's risking their spot.
I am actually very glad you brought up that point, because let's talk about Vamos a little bit, right? Vamos, the current Vamos, is a combination, it's a weird hybrid combination of many powerful players within Malaysia, and a majority of their players come from Expand, right? I have not caught up with the owner/manager of Expand in a long, long time, so I really don't know what's the story, right? Because these players, they left the Expand squad, they went to Vamos, and Vamos is kind of like, once again, I said, the hybrid combination. We've got like some Sem 9 players in there and whatnot. But now Expand seems like the junior squad, right? But you look at the leaderboard, and the junior squad is whooping butt out there. They're doing so much better. So I've actually got a curious thing in my mind. What's going on here? As in, is Expand a totally separate entity from Vamos? And if that is the case, then I guess it's not the players, it is the management.
Well, we'll have to find out. I don't know really, to be exact, but at some point, like even in some parts of life, even if you put stronger parts in one group, doesn't mean the entire group would be strong.
Oh, yeah, man, yeah.
So there's a lot of instances wherein, because they are strong, they have experience, there's a little bit of conflict that will be happening, and that's one thing that they need to avoid, especially when we're talking about team tournaments just like this. Yes, you're strong, but you need to adapt, you need to adjust, and we keep saying, especially in a lot of tournaments, a lot of competition, the word chemistry, the word synergy. That is what they need to fight. Mechanical skills, I'm pretty sure they won't reach this level if they don't have it. But if they don't have synergy, even if they want to improve, they will only improve individually, but not as a team.
Yeah, totally, bro. And you obviously know that when a bunch of boys are put together and they are all good at what they do, that ego is going to creep up, right? So, and yeah, that's one of the biggest detractors when it comes to building your synergy. Some ego creeps in, and then all of a sudden you're fighting, you're blaming each other for the losses out there. And clearly, Vamos has had many losses thus far. They need to overcome that. They need to work together as a squad. They need to, because mechanical skills wise, this is shocking. Vamos has got really, really good players on the squad. And it's crazy that they're down at the bottom. Obviously, Visakha Sriwijaya, even when the big boys were still playing in here, we saw Visakha Sriwijaya really pop off. And that was like at the start of the knockout phase. And then they kind of just fizzled out. I was like, what? I really had high hopes for these boys. And that's crazy because it shows how much confidence can do for your squad, right? We saw them break through into FFWSC, and that was so much of fire in them, but they kind of fizzled out very, very fast.
Yeah, and I think it was explained as well from one of the interview from Visakha Sriwijaya when they lost one of the LPS, and that they are really being challenged right now because they were like they got in here from their own qualifiers, a different qualifier. And once they jumped in here, yes, as you did mention, a lot of excitement, a lot of fire, a lot of confidence because they might have seen what's happening, but they haven't stepped into it. And the moment they stepped into it, they were trying their best to do as much as possible from the early parts of the knockout stage. Wherein the experience-wise, the veteran teams, they are using that as their warm-up per se, because they're just studying their opponents, how their rotations are, how their drop spots are, and that's practically what Visakha Sriwijaya could have taken advantage of. And then the moment the other team starts to really get into it, into the play of what they have, what they need to do, then that's where they are being left out. So I do believe confidence is the thing as well, wherein they lost a little bit of that confidence. Thus, they are being passive and then being taken away early parts in the games.
Yeah, so basically you're telling me that, yeah, they were confident, but they also had a huge element of surprise. Nobody knew what to expect out of Visakha Sriwijaya. And I think that's a very good assessment, right? You are absolutely correct. Nobody knew exactly what to expect from these boys. When we saw it initially, we liked it. At this point of time, I am not a big fan, but I'm expecting a little bit more from them, right? Today's the final day. It's the final opportunity. It's the time where there's all of a sudden a very big fire under your butt. And you're going to jump up, you're going to scream, and you're going to try to make it up the leaderboard, but there's only space for 6. It's like that zombie apocalypse movie where everybody's trying to get into the bus or something, and there's only room for X number of people, and you're going to get kicked out. Some kind of Squid Game thing going on here.
Well, definitely. At least they played a little bit longer compared to the past season that we've seen. And I mean, they sat on Ignis at this point. They sat on Ignis that Flamglam has been or will be behind them all throughout. But for the others, I think I would say some of the teams, like Evo Zivine, they have invested so much already in the points, and they don't have to really put so much of pressure for themselves, because yesterday their performance is not that well, but they're still number 1. So, and there's 50 points between them and Onyx Olympus. So Onyx Olympus would be the gatekeeper for Evo Zivine at this point. And you know how it is. Even if Onyx Olympus really is in a lead against the other teams and like the other top 6, they will still play it out. They don't want to be pushed down because they experienced it from before, wherein they were the last and it took a while. I think they really brewed on the feeling of being left out before they had a chance on phase 2.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I'm looking forward to these matches that are about to kick off. Now, we do apologize for the slight technical delay here. Obviously, it's not intentional, but we do want to make it intentional where we sort everything out before these matches kick off so that, we don't have to get into any bit of difficulties trying to restart that lobby and whatnot. In a little bit, of course, the flight will kick off and you guys will see them hopping on into Purgatory. In the meantime, if you would like to join the conversation with us, don't forget you can hop onto YouTube and the official Free Fire esports page channel. You can hop on in there, join us in that conversation. A couple of questions as to where am I from? I am from Malaysia. And am I going to cast another tournament? No, that particular tournament at this point of time, no. I was supposed to send someone an email, which I totally forgot. So I guess no. The answer is no.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that's been happening in the world of Free Fire right now, and thus all those questions. Simultaneously, the qualifiers for the next stage after this is also happening in a lot of regions, and some has confirmed participants already. And we're talking about Esports World Cup. There are a few that has confirmed participants. There are a few that is still being looked into, and that's one of the things that, or the factor that is motivating the teams as well. Because if they didn't have that chance from last year, this is their chance to get it into it. And if I'm not mistaken, that is top 8 of the Grand Finals leaderboard that will be qualifying for the Esports World Cup.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I think you mentioned that there are some that have qualified already. I see Hotshot Esports here, as well as Alpha from MEA, Pakistan qualifier, Hotshot coming in through there. Very interested to see exactly how well they perform. Hopefully, you know, all travel plans are sorted out very early so that we don't get any disappointments last minute. And of course, Team Falcons have managed to find the qualification as well. They don't really need to earn their spot this year at FFWSC because they have already earned their spot because they were the champions of last year. It'll be pretty cool to see them go back to back, but I think this competition this time around is a little bit more heated up. Not only are you going to have Booyah coming for their next because they have, you know, really taken their own gameplay up to a next level, but Brazil will be looking to conquer EWC as well. I think this year is going to be so much more explosive compared to last year, Nephew.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot of storyline that is being built right now once all these teams are meeting up before the World Series. But I guess there's no more story because we're going to jump in our first map for today. This is Purgatory, and again, who will get this Booyah?
Amen, baby. Let's hop on in here and see exactly who rocks it from the very start. I'm expecting a heated battle from the very start, but we all know how Purgatory works. Huge map, lots of compounds to work around with. You know, the vehicles will be very handy as well to get around from compound to compound. Most teams are going to be focusing on the loot first, and a majority of those times they're spread across a couple of compounds. Like you look at Moat House and the outer regions just beyond that island taken over by Team Todak, and Crossroads, on the other hand, picked up here by WAG. No early engagement except Brasilia, which may see EVOS go up against Expand very early on.
Yeah, let's see, though, who goes down first as Heavy tries to drop in very near as well towards that team. But GOW already in sights of core memory as they drop into golf course. And you know how this area is. Doesn't have so much of loot. So I guess they're using this just in case anyone drops in with them. But you see Cougar already driving up, leaving one behind. But Mount Villa right now for Dawn. This might be troublesome. That zip line is bringing in GOW.
Uh-oh. And Don splitting up from the rest of his team members obviously is, I guess, not going to regret. Don's got the A124. He might want to pop it right now, or because the man's running literally right at them. Okay, bye-bye, Don. Nice knowing you, bro. On to the revival flight he will go.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have the Trogon, but doesn't have the numbers. And it's tough, really. If you are not with your team, and I guess no one is expecting it. There's a lot of time for them to revive themselves. Thus, they are really gathering all of those coins. But for Mufasa and Onyx Olympus, that M590 early doesn't work that much. You don't have the armor on you. And here comes Kabi for the backup. Max 7 in hand, but Prime MKS Thompson domination.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, Kabi made a huge mistake, literally just running without checking his corner, and he ran in without expecting to pop off with the Trogon as well. Will get sprayed down with the SMG, the Thompson. Great rate of fire. Not too crazy on the damage, but these are early parts of this round where you don't see the level 3 helmets and vest on them just yet. Crime MKS got the XM8. Fire that from the back. Get nice as well. Good Riptide rhythm to break down his defenses. But Onyx will find that recovery. Adrian now with the backstab. Good glue wall pulled off here. Adrian fired right back at. But we'll have the M1887 to get that damage in. And now picking up the M590 from the loot box as well. As PLS1 goes down, Onyx picking up easy 4 points at the start. But thankfully, Team Heavy has already started their revival site.
Yeah, I love the response time coming from Onyx Olympus right now. I mean, Prime MKS was stuck in there between two players, and if it wasn't for one of the players going in for the flank, he wouldn't survive as well as help out in eliminating the other Onyx Olympuses. But we have WAG right now trying to tickle Team Vamos, but Team Vamos doesn't want to fight just yet, and it's just up to them. But on the other side, Expand has just been deflated.
Well, unfortunate. But that's how the cookie crumbles. Visakha Sriwijaya taking out ABCD from the side of Flash, and now Indonesia versus Vietnam. But you can see one player from the side of Flash is abandoning project as he backs away. Kwang will be tagged up by two players. Quick blue wall to block them away, but means one halfway. Guns will be rammed down with the throw gun, and look at the movement out of Kwang. And will pull out the glue wall, but unfortunately doesn't cover that full 180 and will get sprayed down. Death too far away, but now he is going to get hunted either way. Drogon in hand. Will have to play this really smart as he hops on out, meets a player, and the M590 outdoes him.
Oh yeah, I love the movement coming from the guy, but it seems like he just doesn't have enough backup. He tried to double back for a takedown, and the rest of the teams of Team Flash was just stuck on their heels. So, and two players already going down in that fight. For WAG, they're trying to get away from PE Sports right now, and earlier, almost challenging Team Vamos, but Onyx Olympus has managed to find assault bunker for them to work with, and they are ready to go in for round 2 against Heavy.
4 points in the bag already, but the question is, do they exit the lobby with just these 4 points? Because they are being surrounded by Heavy. Kabi a little bit too far, XM8 in hand. And Kabi exposes his position as well, so Onyx could choose to go in here for the shutdown, but will decide to instead back away from this corner. Prime right behind them. And Team Heavy is actually going in here for a little bit of revenge play. Adrian, and what a play by Get Nice. Adrian should have won that fight for sure. He had the help.
I mean, it's tough though, but movement is what changes it all, especially up close and personal for Adam. Level 3 M1014, but it doesn't work 2 times. And the only question is, where is backup? Where are the rest of the team? Adam will be revived, and will this prompt Onyx Olympus to back away, in spite of them winning battle earlier against Heavy?
11 more teams left in here. All thanks to the expand elimination early. And Kabi will catch Zairu a little off guard here. But a purchase back is not going to be a problem. Look at Crime. This man's rich. He can buy back the whole town.
Dude, he's rich. I mean, imagine the speakers on his car. You won't be able to get that if you don't have that cash.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, remember the days, bro. I mean, when we were younger, when everything in the car needs to have those bass. But for Team Vamos, I think they're feeling beat right now because PE Sports is pounding on them.
Down on the ground, PE Sports looking for the jugular here. Raja with the Bison will quickly back away, but the M590 is in the hand of the PE Sports players. The Bison's not going to be able to cut it, and the clip onto Raja's shoulders, don't cry, turns the corner, and he will get the advantage here. Vamos just not having the right guns to take on PE Sports. Every single player with the M590 in a close quarters combat is just absolutely deadly.
Yeah, I mean, definitely living the past with that Bison. It was so last year at this point, and they need to change that. For Visakha Sriwijaya, potential backstab is about to happen, but Wang M has been taken down already. They almost out. M590 for this play, but don't have distance. They don't have the close range factor that will make it work for the damage to be full on.
Well, Visakha Sriwijaya has got a one-man advantage here as they try to spray down ABCD. Up on top, and Som actually catches Gardu. Drops down to the bottom. A very smart play. Joel trying to get that high ground advantage. And the electrotherapy, Joel, shot from afar. ABCD down on the ground. And this gives the time for the players on the side of Visakha Sriwijaya to go in here for the rush. And what a great decision made here by the Indonesian squad. Visakha Sriwijaya setting Team Flash on the back foot early on.
Yeah, I mean, we keep talking about them losing the confidence, but right now, I guess they got it back. They really want to take their chance on the top 6 right now. For Evo's Divine, no points just yet, but still going for the challenge against GOW. Aim God not moving an inch because they really don't have to unless GOW moves in. That's where they can find that opening. But a huge rock in front of Aim God, but a bigger rock in front of GOW that's saving them from that fight.
For some reason, Kochil just wanted to shoot rocks for a while. So, right? We all have some problems that we all need to deal with. Great ice grenade, saying hello to the GOW players. Ice towards the wall. And is that a frag in his hands? Yes, it is, but it tags up nobody. Whoop. Still no tickles just yet. Oh my goodness, what kind of wall climbing action is going on here? Kochil with the Drogon will be able to tag onto Hui. Look at this, bro.
Yeah. I mean, it's an
I've
optical
never tried
illusion.
this myself before.
It's an optical illusion. It looks like the bridge or the wall is straight up, but it is on an angle, so they have that chance to move up that small ledge. So Evo's Divine, still no takedown against GOW, and then Overwatch for GOW is stopping them to really move closer. But Demon might be in trouble if in case Evo's Divine can push the rest of GOW further on this wall and leaving Demon behind.
And Famas in the hands of Demon. I sometimes love the gun. Oh my, vamos. I was expecting them to, after everything that we talked about, the comparison between Expand and Vamos. And since Expand got eliminated early, I expected Vamos to go all the way, maybe contend for the Booyah, but yeah, we get stuck in here a little too early. And so Expand will be able to run away from them at the top of the leaderboard eventually in the rest of the matches. But Garudu finding yet another player from Flash. Look at this, man. 8 points already for Visakha Sriwijaya. We were talking about how they could hit hard at the start of the knockout phase, and then they fizzled out. I guess they found some fire again.
Yeah, I mean, they found some fire. Not quite sure if it is too late, because they need 67 points to be able to catch up to Todak, and I don't think they'll be able to do so because other teams will try their best as well to move up the leaderboard. But it's tough to call, but Visakha Sriwijaya, if they will be able to show us a good show before potentially saying goodbye to the tournament, then you are welcome to do so. For WAG though, they are stuck in one side as the battle of Evos and GOW has come to an end. It is time that they meet up with Evo's Divine.
Yep, 10 more teams here. Everybody's been revived already, so no squad is down 1 man. WAG up against EVOS will be a great early engagement. And oh my, okay, all right, I guess there's no engagement since the launch pads are a thing now. Okay, no, eventually engagement because they're right behind them.
And that's one thing though, Evo's Divine, I think they are really up to the challenge. Well, probably just want to stay on the side or the edge of the safe zone as well, but they really want to take compounds on those areas. And WAG are in the crosshairs of Evo's Divine right now. They're in the path of where these white tigers are roaming, and they barricaded themselves in. I guess this is a smart move for them, but hopefully they will be able to stay this way because in a bit the blue will be closing and they need to tank it off.
And yeah, there's one. EVOS, I think we've got some company. Alan, M590 on for the chase, looking for some trouble. We'll be able to find Rastia, put him down onto the ground. The rest of the EVOS players accessing the house, moving up towards the second floor, and this might just be a little bit of trouble if Heavy decides to drop by. They're right behind here and they're hearing all of these sounds, but Heavy deciding to play their own game of safety as they look for the circle instead.
Well, let's see though if they will be safe in a circle, because I'm seeing GOW in the mix for Alan. A little bit too aggressive. Sider's already in the ground, but going against 4 players or 3 players of Evo's Divine is not really the smartest move, I would say. And it's left to Tico.
What was that? I am just so confused with what Alan just did there. He tried to pull off a moment of phenomenal clutch. And they just got phenomenally wiped. My
At least
God.
it's phenomenal.
At least it's phenomenal, yes. My God, I am so speechless. Alan, you threw that one away, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's either make it or break it. That's what Alan is doing. Cyrus is
Or
already
he could have
down.
waited for backup and they could have done it like proper.
Heat of the moment. Heat of the moment.
Deep
Flash.
Could have been a missed call. he thought they said rush, but they said actually hold, confusion stuff. But EVOS now gonna get down in the 7th spot. I mean, just shocking incidents one after the other, and now Onyx gonna be left high and dry by the blue as they run out. They'll have to deal with PE Sports, and PE Sports knows it. They're just waiting.
Yeah, they're waiting. They're putting up a glue wall onto window so that they won't be able to get close. And let's see what PE Sports will be doing at this point, because PE Sports might be distracted by GOW, who's quite near and also taking the rooftop. But here we go, jumping into the tower right now. And here comes Visakha Vijaya disrupting the position of GOW. But the guns with that SVD managed to help PE Sports eliminate Onyx Olympus.
But now PE moving on in to eliminate Visakha Srivijaya as well. But Visakha Srivijaya, 15 eliminations strong. Holy mama. This is that day where they have chosen to activate once again. And look at this. One team from each region in this final circle trying to pull away the Booyah, and PE putting the wrap on Visakha Srivijaya. It's a 2v2. Gardu with a sliver of health, and outside the blue, he could not sustain. Joel on the inside. M82B looking for a player. Manages to find a connection. Narrow will be shut down. Joel with the phenomenal shot. 18 elimination points already. Even if they fall now, it matters not, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of points already on them, but let's see who's going to take this Booyah. Would it be Core Memory or Todak, the teams that are trying their best to do and get or maintain their top 6 spot. Todak right now going in on to the rush, a little bit of high ground advantage for them, but Core Memory going in for flank and taking down Joel at this point. 4v4 situation at final circle. We only have a few more seconds to count before it shifts once again, and let's see if Todak can survive a little bit further.
Well, he's got a grenade launcher, and Dawn gets the sharp shot. Won't be able to knock down traps as well. Dawn takes me down. Dawn will be able to snuff out the whole squad. One more. Come on, don't steal that Cougar. Drogon in hand. Dawn approaching, and Dawn gets the quadra on Toda.
He is the Dawn. He is the gunpowder. And that's what we're talking about, a celebration. That's a celebration overall after a Booyah. We seldom see that. It's more of like the energy and them giving all those high fives. But for CRM, they had the momentum from yesterday. They found whatever that they have been finding for the past 10 days that they are playing, and this is their chance to really prove that they have what it takes and they are worthy to get to the grand finals.
Yeah, true enough, man. And Dawn just stealing the show at the very end. Man already had 5 eliminations by that point. He obviously is going to be the MVP of CRM. By the end of it, had a total of 6 eliminations for his squad. It's once again not a very big elimination game, but this is exactly what we were talking about, Neptune. That CRM needed to get these basic guaranteed rounds, find that final circle, bring in decent numbers on the eliminations, and they're going to be safe for the whole day. Beautiful stuff. I can't believe they pulled it off in such phenomenal manner. But can we talk about what Todak was doing in that final circle? How surprising these Malaysian teams have become all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, we seldom see them, but the moment they got engagement midway through, mid-game, they really fought against those teams. They went in for the hunt, they go for the challenge, and again, it's them really adapting to how everyone is doing these plays. You want to isolate the teams, specifically if you're the hunters, and if you're the prey at that point, you need to barricade yourself in a good position that you can play around with. No like a good quick decision is needed compared to what we've seen, WAG has done, that I think that is one thing that Todak has avoided in doing in this match.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I think Todak getting to the final circle itself is a very, very big deal here because it's consistent performance from yesterday into today, right? Somebody had a pep talk. Somebody told these boys that, hey, you know what? You better smarten up. You better step it up because there's a lot of money on the table, right? I mean, as long as you find the qualifier, you've got like multiple jumps in terms of how much you bring back from 10,000 USD to 15,000 USD to 40,000 USD. It's all about how well you perform in the competition. And at the grand finals, it's anybody's game, Neptune. 6 matches. You just need to survive. You just need to get to that final circle. You're probably going to walk away with a 30,000 USD bonus. And that's that's such good money.
Definitely. I mean, zeros overall added to whatever it is on that US dollars. That's good.
Yeah.
That's a very, very good. And what Todak and Core Memory is doing right now is just going back to the basics. Survivability, and once they get in the moment of the final circle, they just bring it on. And it's just so fortunate that Core Memory managed to win that fight, and it's because of Dawn. But overall, that's what everyone really needs. Early engage, but there's a risk though. If everyone listens to us, there will be a huge chance that Bermuda will be repeated. You know what happened? 11 teams surviving towards the final circle. So not everyone listen to us, please.
Not everyone. But vamos, maybe it's time to wake up. But of course, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we open up the day by saying welcome to the beautiful Misa.
And our very first
Thailand.
Booyah of the day. Right now I'm here with ตัวไพ่นักตัว
ครูกล้าครับดนครับ
โอเคทั้งคู่ What's your aim for today วันนี้เป้าหมายของเราคืออะไร
มาเพื่อเก็บบูย่าครับวันนี้
He's gonna get Booyah today ของเรา
มาเพื่อเก็บบูย่า6เกมครับ
6 เกมเลยเหรอ
ใช่
6 เลยนะ Okay he's gonna get 6 Booyahs today guys Let's ask about their previous shot when you eliminate Todak like wipe them out all out how are you feeling ตอนที่เราเก็บ4wipe Todak หายหมดเกลี้ยงเลยรู้สึกไงบ้าง
ก็รู้สึกดีครับไม่คิดว่าอิมเดก้ามันจะแรงขนาดนี้
He feels great he doesn't think the gun will be that powerful แล้วเรารู้สึกไงเพื่อนเก็บแบบโหตุ้มตามยิงโหดมาก
ก็พี่ผมจะลั่นเขาบอกก่อนต้นเกมก่อนเริ่มว่าเดี๋ยวกูเก็บ4ให้ดูวันนี้เขาบอก
แล้วได้จริงด้วยนะ
ใช่
โอ้สุดยอดมาก so he said that Don said he was gonna get 4 elimination like a team wiped out today and he finally get it นี่เจ๋งแจ๋วมากวันนี้หวังว่า performance วันนี้จะคงที่นะ ต้องคงที่นะ performance วันนี้ Hey last question can you show us a little bit of your move ลองเต้นโชว์ให้ดูหน่อยสิไหนแบบเต้นบ่อยเหลือเกินไป
แค่นี้พอ
โอเคเซิร์ฟก่อน Alrighty now that is all for our interview thank you so much let's get back to the showcasters bye
Thank you, Misa and Core Memory. I love the energy coming from Core Memory right now. And we were talking about them not having that energy from the past. Well, I don't think you will have energy, especially if you're losing a lot of battle. But for Dawn, who is our MVP, I would say, he did put his mind into it. He mentioned that he's going to wipe an entire squad, and he did. And he was just like starting it off with that M79 all throughout. Most of the elimination, most of the knockdowns coming from this guy is coming from that grenade launcher.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, yesterday, the spot where the 11th and 12th spot, we were pretty much thinking that there's no way Visakha, Sriwijaya and Vamos will be able to qualify for the top 6, right? With this one game, that has now changed. I mean, yes, Core Memory, great game, great Booyah to maintain their top 6 spots, and this will only help them climb closer to EVOS since EVOS crashed out very early on around the 7th or the 6th spot. But Visakha Sriwijaya is obviously going to be on the number 1 spot, right? Let's talk about the MVP first, though. Dawn, 6 eliminations, 7 knockdowns, that grenade freaking launcher, and the quadra on the eliminations to the very end of the game to secure the Booyah was just too beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of skills, though, it's more of a mix-up. It's more of a Frankenstein build at this point. A124, Suzy, Alvaro, and then a Moko. But if it works, it works. So let's see, though, on how well they can maintain this. But Core Memory has been doing phenomenal from yesterday up until today. And I guess they don't want to let it go. They don't want to let go of that feeling of success, of feeling of grabbing Booyahs overall, and also winning out gunfight. So not quite sure if this is intentional. We haven't heard any of insights regarding all of that story from the teams during the interview, but in terms of survivability, it is Core Memories making it work.
Yeah, absolutely. 8 eliminations and 12 points from the Booyah. That means 20 points from one game. 20 points from one game is a damn good day. All right, if you can repeat that game after game after game, you're definitely going to be the best performing team of the day, right? But of course, we also have to acknowledge that Visakha Sriwijaya did much more than 20 points, and they only walked away with 8 placement points. I think when we last saw them, speaking of Visakha Sriwijaya, Joel, 8 eliminations, 4,467 on the damage. Obey on the highlight for the assist. They had 18 eliminations the last time I saw them. I don't know if they got more before getting eliminated, but 18 plus 8 is already 26 points. And damn, that was a very, very good game.
Oh, definitely good game for them. And I guess I don't know how it is that Visakha Sriwijaya is performing this well, but hopefully it continues, because it will be tough if they come very, very close to achieving that top 6 and then fell short. But 26 points, I guess they calculated how much they need overall, and they are doing quite well, and they moved up so much with this 26 points above, even going above Core Memory, and it reduces their chance, reduces the numbers between them at that top 6.
Okay, looks like they didn't get more than 18 eliminations, but what a good game. 18 is big. 8 placement points, like we mentioned, early 26. Down at the bottom, though, Expand and Vamos crashing out very early, not a single point picked up this time. WAG, they were in the top 6 on day 1. They lost their spot yesterday, and they continue to lose points in this starting of this day as well. This is not looking good for business. WAG needs to wake up, Nep.
Yeah, they need to wake up a lot. I mean, they need to drink a couple of Red Bull to wake up. But as we can see right now, as you can see, Expand has been pushed out of that top 6 spot, and Todak managed to move up 1 spot as well from 6. And for Visakha Sriwijaya, they are getting too close. If calculations are correct, they are about I think around 40, if not a few more points below that before Team Heavy. So not quite sure though if all this is right at that point, but I guess Visakha Sriwijaya will need to do it not once, not twice, but 3 more times to be able to secure the top 6.
I mean, if they hit another Booyah, and I mean, if they got Booyah plus the 18 eliminations, bro, there's 30 points. They will just need 1 more decent game and they'll be in the top 6 already. That's insane, right? And obviously, we talk about the Red Bull, we talk about the energy, but you also need a good device in your hand. So if you're looking for a new one, if you're looking for an upgrade on your device, if you're a gamer, if you're a pro player, this is what you should be looking at. The brand new Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra. It comes with the next-gen Snapdragon 8 Elite Galaxy processor, featuring an enhanced Vulkan engine, improved ray tracing. Basically, if you want to skip all of the stats, it's a damn good phone, all right? I picked it up the other day. I tried it out, and the shop, funnily enough, had Free Fire installed on the phone. The game looks so much more beautiful on that phone, Neptune. I can't even believe it. I want that phone. I'm going to make a case for it. I'm going to take the money that I earned from FFWSSEA, and I'm going to buy that phone for myself.
I mean, again, putting your mind into it. Putting your mind into it and making it work. I mean, it worked for Don. It would work for you. But right now, I mean, there's a lot of performances that is being shown for or from today, because it is the last day. That's the only theory that I have. Because from the past, when it comes to the last day, the last chance, where they don't cared much, I would say, about the result of this day. That's where they performed quite well, and Visakha Sriwijaya is one example.
Yeah, absolutely. Visakha Sriwijaya, I mean, we had written them off yesterday, right? We said, Visakha Sriwijaya, vamos, there's no way they're going to make it. We can already say goodbye to them. The race is open for everybody else. But with just this one game, Visakha Sriwijaya, they woke up. And obviously, we didn't underestimate them, right? We assessed how they were performing, how they were performing so badly in the first 2 days, and they could barely pick up those points. But today, with this one explosive one, I think they've managed to pick up more points today than they did on day one, if I'm not mistaken. And they've only played one game.
Yeah, and that's one thing though. I mean, one game for today compared to an entire day of fight from day number one, it's a huge difference. It's a huge
They got
difference.
27 points on day 2.
27 on day 2, 34 on day 1. It's still more.
Yeah.
It's one game against like
6,
one
yeah.
whole day. Or
Yeah.
6 matches of an entire day. It is more. So I guess Visakha Sriwijaya, whatever it is that you're doing, I'm pretty sure if you're not listening, CC is listening to us, so please relay this message. Whatever you're doing, continue what you're doing.
I thought CC was listening to us initially, and then when she welcomes the broadcast from one of those victories, when we send the camera over to her, she says the names of the Bahasa broadcasters, right? So I guess she's not watching. I feel low-key hurt that CC, I have been talking to CC the whole tournament, and she has not been listening to me.
So guys, chat. You know how AJ feels if you don't listen to them, to us. So make sure that you listen to us. Whatever we're saying, if you're here, take note. Because if we see those questions, AJ will be hurt. Low-key hurt.
Just low-key hurt. But of course, a little bit of a pause here, guys. Once again, I think one of the teams from Malaysia is having a little bit of an audio issue. And obviously, you know how important audio is, right? I've tried games where I just play Clash Squad using my phone speaker. And then I've tried games where I've got my earphones on.
Yeah.
I get more frags with my earphones on, all right? Being able to hear the footsteps, being able to tell roughly in which direction my opponent is coming from automatically allows me to respond in the situation very, very quickly. And obviously, it's very much needed on the professional stage here. So we're going to let them take as much time as they want. But don't worry, regardless of whatever happens, it's not going to be that Clash Squad day with 8 hours broadcast. It's not going to be anywhere close to that, all right? So we can chill, but join us in the conversation on YouTube as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and for the conversation, make it chill. I mean, we're chill on desk. Everyone in there needs to be chill as well. There can be a little bit of discussion in terms of who they think is the best team, but whatever is said and typed, said and done, said and typed in the chat is don't take it into heart. I mean, put it like, think of it as an opinion of another person, similar to your opinion towards another. So, all goods in the hoods, I would say. So make sure that you also invite, especially those from the region who is in the chat right now, invite them in some games. I mean, it's good that you're learning from the broadcast, and then later on, all of you are applying it in your VR modes.
No, absolutely, dude. I have learned so much from these pro players. Whenever I want to go into Free Fire and I want to choose, which gun to use, or which active or passive skills to use, every single update, the first thing I do is I go and open up a broadcast. If there's no recent tournaments, I just wait patiently. I'll just let the pro players tell me what works. Until then, I'll just be on my usual on YouTube. I have got no time to go and experiment one by one to figure out what is in the meta. These pro players always tell me how to get those booyahs super easy. And it's serious, bro. This is where I get all of my tips from.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I mean, even like when we started Clash Squad mode, I am a little bit, I would say, because I got used to Battle Royale, I am a little bit confused on how really to move in Clash Squad. And then the broadcast happened, the pro teams are already doing it, and you know how it is. You know the rank already. My rank in Clash Squad mode, and it moved
Shut up. Don't
like,
flex, bro. Don't flex
bro,
on me, man.
I'm going to like downplay that. I have been carried, and I've been looking at those players, how they carry their team.
All right.
So
Yeah.
so that I would know what I would do if I want to be carried.
Oh, you. Okay, wait. That was not humble. That was very ambitious. Okay, because I see some of these players that carry me, and I'm just staring at my phone, wondering, how the hell did you just do that? I don't know. I don't know how they move. I don't know how they're so quick with the plays. But it is phenomenal, right? I'm just the kind of guy that's. You're probably gonna be very happy if I was your opponent, because I shoot at you, I don't use glue walls. I'm just standing out in the open, no defenses, no corner of the buildings to play around with. It's just me, you, and Mother Nature.
Dude, I tried using glue walls in Clash Squad mode. It ends up in between a wall. I mean,
Oh God.
it showed up and it didn't block any part of my body.
Yeah.
It's just on the wall itself. But a little bit of recap, guys, on the visuals right now. Again, a reminder to everyone, or if you're just jumping in on broadcast, our first Booyah of the day has been taken by Core Memory, a team that has been performing quite well since yesterday, and it continues today. So again, if you want to pick up a few more of those tactics on how to get away, how to engage up close and personal, this broadcast is for you, because this is how the pros work.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, we know you guys are enjoying the broadcast. We know you are enjoying the gameplay, and I might be a little bit too full of myself, but I know you guys enjoy it whenever Neptune and I are here, because we are a bunch of jokers. And we treat you all like children, all right? So, and not in a demeaning way. It just basically means Uncle AJ and Uncle Neptune loves all of y'all. Let's hop on into game number 2. It's gonna be Alpine time this time round, Neptune. Let's see if or not we can see the recovery play here from teams like Vamos and Evo.
Yeah, well, we'll see though. Evos has been topping this chart overall when it comes to Alpine, but for some cases, they are falling short. Even from earlier, we've seen them fall down, and let's see if they can recover, as AJ mentioned. But as you can see, the flight path right now, it's quite fair for everyone. No forced early engagement will be happening. The only question is, will they be taking the early engagement for a hot drop? For Core Memory, they're getting too close to Onyx Olympus, and I guess that is target. From Sunside, they can rotate or they can double back towards Dock, or just gatekeep them once the circle closes later on.
Ora, WAG. They want a fight and they want a big one. I think WAG knows that Vamos is easy picking at this point of time, and they want all of those easy points. Allen, XM8 in hand, will be tagged up, but good glue wall to protect his back, and Cyrus picks up the missing pieces, knocks Axel down. Xbor looking for one with a UMP as well, and all the players on the side of Vamos up on top. They will hop on out of the building though. And no Coda here used on the side of WAG just yet, but Xbor will be able to find yet another.
And Raja has been taken down, and there goes June for his spawn. M59 already being brought out, but June will be taken out. M4, MP4, and there goes Vamos being eliminated early into the game. And I guess this is it. This is a storyline for WAG. They want to grab as much point as possible, and they're targeting Vamos and the early fights. But Expand will also be near the area. The only question is, what is DCOS doing out here against other teams? They might have heard gunshots, and they might want to scout out, but this is too risky, especially if a Coda will be used against you. You will be spotted out, and you will be taken down.
Yeah, absolutely right. And it's just so disappointing to see Vamos' performance here. It's insane. I just saw a comment into the chat asking me to give some tips to the Malaysian teams. I have actually had conversations with some of these Malaysian players, but my goodness me, hence why the disappointment now. No idea what's happening there, but Vamos better pick up the pieces. I don't think it's going to be very much possible for them in this current season, but we can't give up on Malaysia as a region just yet. Look at the animation from Babs on those jumps. Holy mama! As soon as he reaches up top, not only does he get a knock, goes in for the pickup as well. That's just doing two things at one time.
Ooh, Vidal's right now surprising one, and that's the reason why you don't take out a knock. because you can bait your opponents in, and it's a good thing that Noki is also on a point just to avoid being backstabbed in there, and they have Overwatch for the team. Mufasa will try to run away to where we don't know, but here comes Todak for the chase, and let's see the good glue wall, just make sure that they won't get close to that and be surprised, and another hit by Vidales, giving him 2 for 3.
Well, thankfully, Team Heavy did manage to get one player out of the equation. Forgot exactly who, but he did use the launch pad to get away. So the team will stay alive for a little bit longer until we see the revivals come on through. PLS1 got brought in and put right back out by CRM's jump. WAG taking on Team Expand on this bridge here at Rimmermouth. But it looks like the Vietnamese team does not want to fully commit yet.
Yeah, I mean, they need to regroup. They can reel them in. Only one really showed up for the challenge for WAG. So I guess this is preparation for them. UAV has been popped up as well to spot out where the players are. But for Team Flash, they are engaging against PE Sports. Civil War overall, but Lao Ho for the 1 elimination. And let's see if it follows through right now, because I think Team Flash has been in a lot of losses already.
Yeah. And I don't know if you noticed one weird coincidence. The day that Delena said that she has given up, okay, Vamos has not picked up those points. Now she's going to support Toda and Expand. From that moment onwards, Toda and Expand actually started performing well, and Toda just stopped showing up totally. So this is why you got to keep your fans excited. This is why you got to keep your fans very happy. You know, it might just be a cheer for you, but there's a lot of energy being sent your way as well. A lot of blessings, a lot of love being sent your way. I think some of these teams haven't used that enough just yet. So if you guys out there, if you love some team in here, make sure you don't stop cheering for them, all right? They have 17 HP, but a 2v1 will put him down on the ground. A civil war between PE and Team Flash. But of course, the worst has not hit yet because they still do have coins, and the revival spree continues for Team Flash.
Yeah, Team Flash, 0 elimination, and they have been falling down like flies at this point, and only the Zom will be left. And speaking of falling down like flies, Onyx Olympus off camera, in spite of them being a top 3, they are being taken down, and I believe that was Visakha Sivijaya who's making work on them, and I'm loving what VSJ is doing.
Yeah, bro. I mean, just like that, they're at 91 points already. Earlier, before this match started, they were at 87. So they've picked up 4 eliminations in this game. Good on them. Let's see if or not Team Flash can work their way out of this one, because it's just a 1v4. And Zom is going to get dropped yet again and force the team of Flash to go in with revival. CRM finding PE Sports outside. And so does EVOS up against GOW. But it's not going to be a fight they can take very aggressively. But EVOS now in a lot of trouble. They're rotating away, but about to arrive at the compound, held here by both PE Sports and CRM, and that is not going to be good.
Yeah, I mean, let's see, though, if they can take advantage of the third party at this point. But CRM Sensi, Overwatch, together with Lao Ho against Lao Ho on the other side. But there goes a takedown. Rasia right now, 2 already with the snipe. AWM dominance from this guy, stealing that away from core memory.
Yep, terrible for PE Sports, but thankfully there is one survivor who can get away because there's a little bit of distraction here on the side by the Thai squad of core memory. Rasia and the AWM looking for the shot. Cougar with his nades tossed out, gonna absolutely miss everybody else, but with the Groza in hand, can make some sort of damage here. Does manage to get the tags onto Kochil, but Rasia from the bottom, VSK through the chest, will drop the buddy first.
Also drop will be another player from Evo's line, which is Ray, but the pickup is quite quick, and they have regrouped. Now, gone right now, M79 in hand, they're trying to go in for grenade launcher, but no hits just yet. It's a good thing they managed to put up the glue wall as well as get away from that corner, and a potential backstab coming from Aim God, but Gochil will be taken down by Jump.
Oh, beautifully played here by Jump. And Aim God's going to try to turn things around here just a little bit. Glue Wall Melters taking on their defenses. Jump again. But this time, the timing was off. Did manage to get one knockdown here onto Gochil. But the pickup is going to be way too easy. Aim God circling around. Will find himself Dawn as well. Dawn perhaps did not have enough grenades within the grenade launcher. Cougar straight down. And CRM comes crumbling as EVOS rages on, looking for the final player now to put an end to the squad, but the vending machine has a full squad revival. Zenzi's job is complete. He can die in peace.
Yeah, he can die in peace, but trying to get away, and here comes AimGod for the chase, but no! Still hits him. Headshot to the toe, I would say. And
Shot to the toe. Is that an uncle move, bro?
yeah, that's uncle move. Evo's Divine for 8 elimination.
Oh, beautifully done. And of course, CRM is a full-on team revival, but I think... Oh, okay, all right. They're going to spend their time outside the circle. Good decision. This just guarantees their survivability for a little bit longer. Circle number 2 doesn't really hurt that much just yet. So a couple of coin machines they want to hit first as they try to get in here. But WAG with a reposition on the... But just one player on here for the push. The rest of them joining now. The TOW looking to make their life miserable as they make this rotation.
Let's see though if they can rotate even more. WAG still edge of circle though, and they're pulling away from GOW as X-Boar's already out. They don't have that much of information gameplay that will be happening, but they are still in crosshairs of GOW. They do have vehicle that is close as well as this bridge they can work with, but not quite sure on how far they can get away. For Todak though, they have 3 eliminations already in Malaysia, and we are looking for a Team Heavy's position if they will be going for the rush or just waiting for the closing of the circle to find the next phase.
Yeah, absolutely. And Todak, 3 eliminations strong. Their eyes on Heavy. Fights with the AWM can be super deadly, but he gets tagged up instead. Thankfully, it's just a 1 HP tag.
Yeah, 1 HP. Not so much of hurt will be happening, but Faiz, AWM, double AWM, if I'm not mistaken. One is a Y, the other one is a how. Let's see if they will be able to use it and find out how they can push against Heavy. But it's still the closing of the second phase going to the third, so a little bit of stall happening all across the map right now, unless you're outside like core memory was earlier, and you need to move fast. Otherwise, you will be gate kept later on.
Absolutely. Todak. Convincing themselves that they need to aim well first before... away! Done! Stood no chance there, and Cougar's like, okay, all right, U-turn, bro, we gotta get out of here. Kai explodes halfway through Zenzi with the P90 in hand, loses his defense. But the question is, will he be able to stand tall enough? And Joel, alongside guns from afar, will be able to spray him down, and CRM once again now on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, CRM has been left high and dry in a lot of cases, and they're trying to fight back. For Evo's Divine right now, good flank on WAG. Here comes AimGod, and the pinch worked for Evo's Divine against Allen, but the rest of the teams also making work. That isolation gameplay wiping out WAG, and here comes PE Sports that will welcome them with open arms.
How in the world did they do that so easily? But me! Lao Ho starts things off hot, but Ray with the grenade will respond as aggressively. Rasia down on the ground, the super sniper of Indonesia, and LBT with the M590 trades one right back. But the pickup so instantaneous on the side of EVOS. Recovery on the side of PE on the other hand, a little bit too slow here. Off screen, Visakha Srivijaya doing a number on the rest of the players. And AimGod, the final one on his feet. Glue wall after glue wall, laying out 2v1. AimGod looking for Don't Cry. And we'll find the backstab. Lao Ho meets him halfway. Drops the glue wall. AimGod trying to finish him off as well. Needs another shot at AimGod. 2 for 2 now. Whoop. As he smashes himself back up, LBT finally ends the run.
Yeah, he had to go for that elimination. He don't have that much meds on him. He needs to heal up because the Blues closing in, as well as the damage from PE Sports. Number really is an advantage. But you asked about how Evo's Divine earlier managed to do it quickly. It's more of isolation. They isolated Allen, take him down, and then launched themselves towards the rest of the teams. That high ground from that rock is their elevation. That vantage point gives them an opening before PE Sports shows up.
What again, Nev? Final day, everybody's on fire. Why could we not see this earlier? we would have had so much more fun.
Because not everyone is treating it as if it's a final. Not everyone is treating it as if it's the last game. I mean, we keep saying that for the previous competition, and hopefully they listen. But Todak right now, the team that has been listening, and not only that, learning and applying whatever they have seen into the game. Now rushing in, steamrolling against Team Flash at this moment. Only one remains, and no more for Team Flash. 7th elimination for Todak.
Holy mama! Todak with 138 points, number 5 on the leaderboard. This is so impressive from Malaysia. And look at this, Expand, still alive. Expand, looking for a heavy spot next, and they need 10 more points to do that. But Visakha Srivijaya meeting them halfway. Obey with the grenade launcher will be able to find one. Walls really low, but Luki found by OP. Once again, it's the grenade launcher doing all of the damage. LBD sealing away the point. Doing the traffic. Bye-bye. Expand, says Visakha Srivijaya with that play.
Yeah, Expand is out. 2 down for Visakha Srivijaya. But there's a chance for a pickup. But Todak's giving them that pressure. Gardu for that starter. And then a finisher coming from Faiz. 7 elimination coming from Todak at this point. But Visakha Srivijaya, I guess they were able to regroup. And all those noise will give those focus to Todak. But in the middle of the map, we have Heavy as well as PE Sports. And in one corner, the solo Sensi from Core Memory. Let's see on how this works.
So Todak just blew my mind, all right, with the consistency, because it's not chicken play, bro. They're not sneaking into the circle. They are taking some big fights in a Where was this version all this while? I hope Todak's manager knocks them on their head and tells them and reminds them and shows them today's gameplay and tells them every single day that you can be great. So let's be great. This better be what we see on the grand finals, because my goodness me, Malaysia's about to win big if we do.
Yeah, I mean, whatever motivation they're getting right now, hopefully it continues in the grand finals. Not only the prize pool, but also whatever mentality they have at this point needs to be replicated. But for Heavy, they have no elimination just yet. Mostly the team has been revived, and they're just finding that final circle, which I would say I still love, because they are getting all those placement, and they might not have that chance on getting elimination, but at least they can get close to grabbing that Booyah. Todak right now will be the challenge against Heavy. 2 players from PE Sports right here playing and dancing around on fire.
Absolutely. I mean, look at the movement coming out from the Todak players. And again, Todak getting into the top 3. The consistency is mind-blowing. 8 eliminations so far. Glue wall melters all laid out. Get nice exposed. And unfortunately, they will miss that opportunity once again. Drops the glue wall. Vidal's Faiz pull, getting those knocks. Meaning Kabi halfway as well. Grenade launcher will be non-functional. Faiz down on the ground. But the pickup is going to be tough, because out of nowhere, here comes Don't Cry flying on in. And PE Sports will be able to absolutely tickle them, but Todak turning things around at the very final second. Neptune, I am in disbelief in what we just saw.
Yeah, I mean, this might be a usual occurrence for the teams that is not performing well for the early parts of the knockout stage. But for Todak, I guess they found the groove. They needed this second part of phase 2. They needed to go against these teams. Started off like it wasn't hot on day number 1, but from yesterday, that's where they really performed. I'm not sure if there's a few communication in between teams within the same region, so that they can, I would say, find out what they have to do, because you need to also see it from the other team's perspective. But if whatever they did, like I said, whatever they did, if they watch VODs, if they reviewed with their coach, their analyst, or whatever, if their boss gave them a good word, and I'm talking about good this time, not the other good, but a good word that motivated Todak, then it is working. Whatever it is, it's working. And for Team Todak, make sure they don't let it go. Keep those energy, those feelings of grabbing the Booyah alive up until the last game.
This pisses me off, bro. This pisses me off so much. Where was this version of Todak all this while? Why did they make us wait for so long? I mean, the whole of Malaysia could have been inspired by now if this is what we saw from day 1. but it's so typical of my countrymen, all right? Having to hustle, but it's exactly like me, like how I study for my exams. Only the night before my examination will I actually open my book. And that's exactly what Todak's doing right now. Today is the day of the examination. They're reading up, but clearly these boys are intelligent enough to scrape through, right? Because, you know, once they qualify for the grand finals, we talked a little bit about how, yes, there's a bigger prize pool. Yes, you know, you go out there, you make yourself really proud, blah, blah, blah. But the top 8 also finds the qualifier into EWC. They get to fly to Riyadh. They get to play Esports World Cup.
Oh, yeah.
This is crazy, Neptune. Crazy.
I mean, they just want it. They just want to get it. We talk about that. Like you put your mind in it. You know how Don did want to get a squad wipe, and he did. And I guess Todak, they put their heart and soul, all their energy into preparation before the matches, and it is working. I'm not quite sure if it's so much energy that it will die out later, or would it be so much energy that it will carry through towards the end? Because from yesterday, it just shows that Todak is something else. We really have no storyline on what they have done on the background, like in the background, how they made it work. But if it's working, then continue it. Hopefully we can get a few messages in there from the Malaysian fans or the team themselves, so that like we can keep them motivated.
I mean, no doubt at all. But look at WAG, bro. They are so sad. They're so disappointed. I want to see more from them. But let's throw it to the uncles in Malaysia for the interview segment, because Todak just blew our minds.
Hello everyone and welcome to Malaysian Dash. I'm Ovi and together with me is Todak Traps. How are you? Apa kabar?
Alhamdulillah, baik.
Alhamdulillah.
Baik.
Yeah, he's good. And also, what got me excited was that Todak is now coming back from the previous weeks, right? And right now, what I can see is that you are more aggressive towards gameplay and also in terms of your control within the game. So, did you guys have like a special training for this to prepare for the 3 days? Adakah kalau kita lihat daripada 3 minggu yang lepas atau minggu-minggu yang lepas, bagaimana pasukan Todak agak kurang sikit. Tetapi dengan 3 hari ini, Todak dah mula menghasilkan sesuatu yang bagus daripada segi placement point juga di situ. Jadi adakah ada melakukan sesuatu yang special training ke?
Waktu kita orang rehat 3 minggu, 2 minggu macam tu, kita orang banyak try rombak-rombak roster dari segi line up macam tu. Lepas tu kita orang cari mana yang sesuai untuk main week 6 ni. So itulah yang kita orang dapat sekarang.
Jadi itu yang membuatkan lebih bersemangat untuk main, lebih konsisten lah di situ. So he was saying that during the 2 weeks that they haven't played, so they tried to change the players within the team to see which the I would say the formula to make sure that they keep on consistent between their gameplays, and it's proven towards the 3 days of this match as well. Jadi kalau untuk pasukan Todak kan, berapa persen anda positif untuk pergi ke grand final?
100% lah.
100%.
Yeah.
Mantap. Jadi I was asking about on how many percent that Todak team will move forward towards the grand final. So he was saying 100% that they believe in themselves as well. So untuk soalan yang terakhir, mungkin kepada para viewer juga kerana memberi sokongan yang banyak ni. Jadi untuk Traps, apa yang ingin diberikan kepada para viewer?
Pada fan Todak, keep supporting us sampai grand final ataupun sampai habis grand final lah. Sentiasa support kita orang. Thank you.
Yeah, so for his last word is that to all the viewers, keep on supporting Todak as well, as they will try their best to move towards the grand final, and keep supporting Todak so that they can perform the best as well. So that's all coming from me, Ovi, and also Todak Traps. Now let's get back to highlights.
Thank you very much, OB, as well as good to hear that Todak is, or we're getting insights on what Todak has been doing. So that switch around the players, trying to find the perfect formula so that they can perform just like this. And I guess they're slowly perfecting that formula because it is something else from what we've seen before. From day number one, Todak did 46 points, which is not that good. But from yesterday, they did 72 points, and that's where they catapulted themselves onto top 6.
Absolutely. And I mean, I hope Todak doesn't just inspire the Malaysian teams to hustle more. I hope Todak inspires the Vietnamese players as well, because throughout the whole knockout phase thus far, Vietnam has truly outshined Malaysia. But now it's a different story altogether. You look at WAG down in the dumps, look at PE, Team Flash. I mean, we see them getting to the final circles, but we obviously have so many from the nation that needs to hustle a little bit more. Vidal, 6 eliminations, 6 knockdowns, 1,603 damage, which is a very concise game coming through from him. A support player, again, becoming the MVP, just showed exactly how badly they want this.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they want us really, really bad, and it's showing into the numbers right now. And like, I'm looking forward to what the rest of Todak has done in this game, because in terms of battle, their movement is more smooth, their positioning is more like tight at this point, and they know where they have to go. Aggression, though, is one thing that they've built up in here, because from before, they have been backing away from a lot of fights. Thus, they are being like literally backstabbed from those engagements. But now they know how to position themselves. They're the ones in the rush, and they're rushing, but not in a literal rush. It's timed quite perfectly.
No, I mean, I am so... this does not look like Todak, all right? This looks like watching Booyah play. I mean, not massive on the eliminations, for sure, but the movements, the decision-making, the timing, the execution, precision was just so good to watch this time around. And it wasn't a small game. Look at this.
Yep.
I mean, just 13 eliminations between them, plus the Booyah. We have never seen Todak this good before, and we have been waiting a long, long time.
Yeah, definitely, and they are showing up right now, and looking forward to more of this from Todak. Hopefully this is, and I know I might be jinxing it, but we've seen it so many times. A lot of curses has happened overall, especially in that Booyah stage, wherein you get a Booyah and then later on you are taken out a little bit too early. But when we look at the key players, none of the Todak players are in here. It's LBT from PE Sports with elimination as well as the damage, as well as Guns from Visakha with that assist.
I mean, I am so delighted, so happy, so freaking happy that PE Sports has chosen now of all times to wake up. Because don't forget, Nam, this is how it all started for the Vietnamese region.
Yeah.
PE Sports started everything. They qualified for EWC, and prior to that, Vietnam was always considered a weak region. This team qualified. This team showed us magic for Vietnam on the EWC stage, and after that, Vietnam just exploded. So many teams started stepping up their gameplay. They even inspired Flash to come out performing really well, but they went down the dumps. But now they are the #1 Vietnamese team on the overall leaderboard. But let's take a look at some of these extra points here as well, right? Once again, 25 points from Todak because of the 13 plus 12 from the Booyah and the eliminations. PE Sports with 12 eliminations. Visakha Sriwijaya, 18 earlier, 12 now. Brother, I'm not complaining.
No complaining overall. I mean, if Visakha Sriwijaya will be able to squeeze themselves on that top 6, that they're welcome to do so. And I think with how the other teams have been performing, the ones above them, there's a huge chance they can do so. And as we look at it, for Visakha Sriwijaya, they are #1 on today's standings. No Booyah, no problem overall, as long as they remain consistent.
Absolutely. Look at this Todak on that #3 spot, doing even better than Core Memory. After Core Memory secured that Booyah in the previous game, for Todak to overtake them, wow, that's the resolve. That is mind-blowing out of a Malaysian squad of all regions. And Todak now on the overall leaderboard sits in the 4th spot And this is something that we talked about yesterday as well.
Yeah.
You know, within one day, the leaderboard can really, really get shaken up. And we want to see more of that, right? Visakha Sriwijaya, slowly but surely, they have caught up with GOW now, Neptune. How crazy is that?
And at this point, it's only 30 plus points that they need. 34 points that they need to be able to get ahead of team or tied up with Team Flash and get a chance for that top 6. And it's happening as if like they only need 2 more matches, especially with some of the teams not performing that well. Oh my God, AJ. I mean, I know this is a turnaround of a day, but I didn't expect this.
This is what we've been dying to see. This is what we've been begging for so long. But what better day to do it than the final day itself to find the final 6 to qualify for our grand finals. But ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, we have to take a break, right? But we'll be right back after 3 minutes.
Hello, Grisa. Still so impulsive. Don't rush, little guy. We have more important things to take care of. Oh, come on. What a hassle. Stop trying to look cool and help out already! How many of those do you have? Okay. Time to save the day again! What's happening?
Welcome back, survivors. This is the most exciting day so far here at the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Spring Season, powered by Red Bull. We welcome Red Bull as the official energy drink partner for both the Spring and Fall FFWSSEA 2025 seasons. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustache, down here with my brother Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia, bringing you guys the broadcast. And what a day it has been. The underdogs are finally rising up to the challenge, and it is delightful to watch, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even in those who are at the bottom are showing up right now, and that is Visakha Sriwijaya, and they are very, very close, especially if they keep up this consistency. For today, they are the top teams, and we're just talking about 2 matches. And for the others that we expect, like, entirely when this 3 days started are not showing up, which boggles my mind.
I mean, I kind of expected that from CRM. But CRM kind of popped off yesterday, so I guess they wanted to kind of guarantee themselves a slot in the top 6, right? But to see Todak wake up today after kind of just lagging behind all throughout the knockout phase is really a huge shocker. Visakha Sriwijaya, I'm not very surprised because we have seen very big days even when we had the big teams still playing in the knockout phase. Visakha Sriwijaya has showed us, right? Especially when we started off the knockout phase. In phase 1 was where I was very, very impressed with them. They were a brand new name and they were bringing in that shock factor. We talked about it at the start of the broadcast. And unfortunately, after that, they kind of fizzled off. I thought, okay, all right, you know, just a one-hit wonder kind of a thing. But for them to consistently make it into the final circle, get back-to-back games, you know, and no Booyah just yet for Visakha Sriwijaya. That's very impressive, Neptune, to hold on to the #1 spot without the Booyah. They're playing at this point of time like Buriram themselves.
Yeah, I mean, definitely they know how to find a final circle. We've seen this as well, not only from Buriram, but from Evo's Divine, especially in this phase 2 of the knockout stage. And
RRQ as well,
RRQ. A lot of teams, actually, they're adapting to those tactics. And that's what I love for the team, especially for introductory teams like Visakha Sriwijaya. And in the past, it was Bigatron Esports. But look at where Bigatron Esports now. They're up there waiting for their chance to go in, or waiting for their moment to start the grand finals. And it was just last season that they have been introduced.
Absolutely. And you see how nervous the uncles are on these interview segments because Malaysia doesn't get many Booyahs. All right. So today is a very, very special day. Todak's the very first Malaysian team to hit a Booyah here on this phase 2 final week. And even before that, it's not like we had a lot to talk about to kind of single out this week here. But you know exactly what I'm referring to, right? But, you know, let's bring the topic back to WAG and the Vietnamese squads. You see the stress, you see the disappointment on their faces, you see the lack of happiness, you see the lack of smiles. This is going to be a problem for me because confidence is definitely key for them to go on out there and do something good. But only one team smiling, PE Sports. We just kind of scanned through them with the cameras and you see that, right? And PE Sports was smiling before they started bringing in the points. That's a very big factor.
Yeah, I mean, they are confident they can bring it back. There's a lot of question when they're not performing. They have been brought in almost to the bottom of our standing for this last part of phase 2, which was astounding that they're coming back right now, even ahead those that has performed like WAG, GOW. I mean, the number of Booyahs that they've grabbed from phase 2. There were instances that they're very, very close as well to take that #1 spot, wherein PE Sports are not showing up. But for some of the teams like Evo's Divine that we have on the screen right now, there's no sadness from them. Regardless, they lose out in some fights, they're still #1. They have some leeway to be able to play around and, well, lose out.
I mean, they have a 47-point lead on that #1 spot, so they can definitely afford some smiles, right? I think the smile will be wiped out if they get taken out early in the next 2 games, but I don't think they will be looking forward to letting that happen. But of course, I'm very happy to see he was not performing because we get to see the underdogs rise up to the occasion and pull away those big points that they clearly need in the final circle.
Yeah, and right now we are on the newest map in Free Fire, which is Solara. And for some of the teams, they have adjusted already for this new map. For the others, they will need to work around, and especially with those movement towards the next phases of the circle, those sliding rails can definitely help unless you are hunted and you are spotted as well. You know how it lights up red if someone's using it, not from your team? That's one cue that I only recently saw while I was playing Battle Royale, because there's a lot of new things that has been introduced that we haven't seen before from the different maps.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think we were just talking about them, man. We were expecting Russia to pop off this time around, but in WAG, I guess these guys need the points too. So it's a good engagement for WAG at the start here. Russia just a little cheeky, but obviously he didn't have his weapon of choice. And a little bit of a Clash Squad portion of the map on preview here. I haven't been playing Battle Royale much, I'll be honest, because I haven't had the time. But dude, I'm addicted to Clash Squad. Every day, I'll at least need to lose 2 games. I say lose because finding the wins have been rare.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult. You need to time it well. There's a certain time of day that a lot of that you will be teamed up with a lot of good players. And
you mean there'll be a certain point of day where more noobs will be playing with you?
Yes, sir. I know.
Okay.
Like 2 matches, and I know that, no offense, but there are a few that have so many free time, especially in the morning, because if they're playing, especially in the Philippines, like, there's no school just yet. So a lot of kids are still available to play on their mobile device, play Free Fire, and that is one reason why I go for the time wherein professionals, or probably veterans,
uncles
are already playing game.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind if the kid is like Rasia, all right? The guy will carry me to Kingdom Come. The guy will probably be able to carry me all the way to EWC if Rasia was on my squad. I think I'll take that advice. I'll play during school times where I'm going to get carried a little bit better. But of course, WAG starting things off hot against EVOS, knocking Rasia down, taking away his life so that they can claim that 1 point. But apart from that, they're just choosing to approach this game a little bit slower. Obviously, this compound has got a lot of loot for them to kind of pick away at. So we are going to probably catch up with this Vietnamese squad a little bit later on. But I hope to see some smiles on their faces after the end of this game.
Definitely. I mean, a good Booyah to find out as well what's happening on their mindset, because you know how the hosts are doing right now. I mean, I'm loving a lot of the questions being thrown, especially if they are not doing that well and then suddenly a Booyah. So, like, they recap the historical record, the mindset of the team, what happened back then, why is it that you're performing this way, and we get the insights from the team themselves. And I guess that's the factor why we do the interview, to find out what the mindset is, grabbing the Booyah, what happened if they didn't perform, and if in case they did, then like, will they be able to do it? Is it some sort of luck, or were they really planning it out? That's what I expect a lot from the interview as well. But for Todak right now, hopefully they're not going too cheeky at this point, going against JOW.
Yeah, but I totally agree with you, man. I think our hosts have been upgraded phenomenally well. In the past, we just looked forward to seeing Vietnam Booyahs because Yoon Sul was the best. And, you know, she always asked the hard-hitting questions. And then we saw the birth of Miss Conchita Caroline. Oh, goodness me. Watching her on the mic is just something else, man. She's so well put together. She's got the laughs. She's got the smiles. She's got the intelligence. She's got the wisdom to poke and prod away at these. And these kids are shy, all right? They don't answer questions. And Conchita knows how to bring out the best in them. And I think she has been amazing so far.
Exactly. I mean, I was thinking about that, but I didn't really notice. It's a good thing you mentioned, because it seems like even if they're being interviewed, they're not that shy compared to their others. But well, let's continue on battle, because finally we are seeing knockdowns being done by Team Flash against Team Heavy, but up close and personal Abby right now. Oh, Bison didn't work, but here comes back up, and the Zom will be zooming in.
Yep, and obviously Wang's gonna get a shot at him. Mufasa will take a little bit of damage here with that fall animation, and ABCD from afar will fire off at him, and Flash picking up 3 easy points, forcing Team Heavy to play a very heavy recovery from the very early parts of this game.
And you notice that, right? Even knockdowns, they still aim for the headshot. And I love how, in instinct, the players are going towards it. But Onyx Olympus right now, even though Plasma will be able to fight against Jump from core memory with an M590, and the rest of the teams right now will be scattered all throughout this area of the map. But for Visakha Sriwijaya, aggressiveness overall is showing up. All directions, they're trying to eliminate them.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Visakha Sriwijaya not in a great spot at this point in time, but look at that Riptide Rhythm from afar. WAG, they've already been struggling. And Visakha Sriwijaya is on the uprise here. Can they also snap out WAG once again? Joel, BSK with the shot. But here's the thing, Allen going in here for the pickup. Exposure! But a good blue wall erected once again to keep the boys safe. And here comes the backup from the rest of the BSJ players as well. Gadru hopping on in. Time Turner pulled out. Krillin, wild sprays, but Mini Uzi will not win out that fight. And out of nowhere, PE Sports hopping on in to mess with Visakha Srivijaya. And Visakha says, nope, out of there we go.
Yeah, I mean, one of the players has moved out already, and Alan goes in for a quick revive because they know trouble is here. PE Sports already jumped on them, and LBT on the flank. But it's a good thing WAG was able to move and get a lot of elimination. They are the elimination leaders at this point. But for Visakha Srivijaya, they met up with Senzi from Core Memory, and they get eliminated. And, well, their role will be stopped for the moment.
Messing with WAG, but on the recovery here. Oh, EVOS, Expand. A big fight here for the Malaysian squad. And Expand's desperately trying to make the top 6. But Luki will hit that timely revival to keep Expand in the race here, although we don't get to see any bit of that action because we are a little busy here with the showdown between the two Vietnamese squads. It's good to know that Expand will still be in the circle. Luki finally gets taken down by EVOS as well. So the story for Expand will continue at least for the time being. But 3 Vietnamese squads in one compound. This is not a good recipe, Nep.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yes, they might be able to communicate well, but this is not a battle of communication. They are in a fight to take each other down. And good thing WAG managed to get a higher ground to get that that advantage. But for PE Sports, Lao Ho probably fell for the wrong person, or rather fell for the wrong area. And there goes a takedown onto the other side. And PE Sports losing one of the players, needs to back away. And Team Heavy, the spread is a little bit too thin, but it might work for them for the pinch.
Waterfall's easily one of the most beautiful portions of Free Fire. And I'm comparing this across all of the other maps. I absolutely love Waterfall. Of course, coming back to this fight here between, oh my goodness, how many teams can we squeeze into one compound? That is the question. Unfortunately, too many. PE Sports wanting to interfere. Vamos has the advantage here with the high ground and a bird's eye view.
Let's see if they can utilize that bird's eye view in the best advantage. For WAG, they managed to hide out, though Vamos is above them, but no one dares to enter. So they are being protected by Team Vamos, but here they come on the ground floor. That stair will be guarded, and through the window, Cyrus will try to beat them down, but it didn't work. That glue wall has been blocking that window, and with all those noise, it will bring up the rest of the teams towards this area.
Bro, Vamos joining this party as well. Okay, I was not serious when I asked the question, how many teams can we fit into this compound, all right? Stop taking it so seriously. Heavy, backing away. And now we've got the Malaysians in play as well. And Vamos has been tortured. They are 54 points away from the 11th spot. It is safe to say that we are not going to see Vamos at the grand finals. And that basically means Vamos will not be able to beat WC for sure. GOW, on the other hand, trying to ruin the chances of Expand, a team that could make it to the finals if they hustle a little bit harder.
Yeah, Vault's a little bit too aggressive at this point, but Riptide Rhythm coming from the other side. Not quite sure though if it's coming from Expand or a different team, but so far they have a chance to get away. The blue will be closing in 40 seconds, and GOW has moved away. It is Evo's Divine that Expand will be welcoming into the party, but you know, this is one thing that I don't like for the team. They get distracted that easily, and earlier they were focusing on GOW, now on Evo's Divine, and this might be their loss later on.
Absolutely, and I think Expand is going to be tortured here by the looks of things. M1887 in the hands of Decos. Oh, but thankfully, EVOS looks like they might be backing away from the players of Expand. But I don't think Expand's going to be waiting around for too long. That revival's going to come on through. And
oh no.
The revive player just flew into Arkway, and that basically means EVOS just could have spotted it. But the boys are not coming in here for the hunt. The Tigers are actually walking away. I guess they're full.
They're full or they're full of it. That's one thing though. They weren't really performing quite that well compared to the day one from the first day of this last week of the knockout stage phase 2. So I guess they want to be careful. They want just to stay in the edge of the circle, get away from as much fight as possible so that they can gather good placement point, and then that's where they start their bout. But for Todak, they get in a little bit too close in against Team Flash and a smaller compound though. So it will be tight, literally tight for Todak if they want to get away.
Yeah, a couple of grenades can really mess with them at this point in time. X-Ball, spray down onto Gochil. Riptide Rhythm, exposing the boys on the side of EVOS. But look at the recovery speed. Picking up their buddy, jumping into the compound, and EVOS is safe once again.
Yeah, EVOS is safe. After that takedown, the teams still managed to get a knock. But confirming that, getting the elimination is a different story. For Adam, he's at a loss right now in one corner, in the middle of a lot of places. And let's see if he'll be able to get away under the bridge, but not out of the water just yet.
Now the game is just taking a piss at me, answering my question as to how many teams can we fit into the compound. The game's like, the final circle comes to the same compound, Nep. It looks like 11 teams could just fit into this compound. No, I don't think so. I think we're going to have a max of 6. How many do you think?
I'm pretty sure before the or the final circle comes in, we don't have top 4 just yet. That it happens so many times. 5 ticks remaining in this final circle because it's tight, but not so much of real estate to work with. So yeah, as soon as the other team moves in, flies in, catapult themselves in this small circle, they will be taken out.
I missed the portal ghosts. they were so annoying. Especially before the nerf onto the portal go. The players just used to disappear and reappear all over the map. Vamos down on the ground. WAG taking big advantage here. And EVOS, on the other hand, going to be sneaking away points off of GOW. Ray with the God Nade as well. But recovery here for Team Vamos is going to be very possible as Onyx is eliminated in the 11th spot. Left with 10 more teams. My prediction is 6 teams. How many prediction is yours in this compound, Nep?
Yeah, I'll go with 6 as well. There's not
6,
so much of real estate. GOW already out for the count. And Todak on the other side, together with Team Flash. WAG still in the battle. Back-to-back battle overall. They couldn't recover. They couldn't even heal up. And there's a lot of challenge against them. But Alan will be left in there being left out and probably picked up, and he's out for the count. Core memory above everyone else. This will be deadly, especially for this team.
Deadly, but outside of the next zone. So core memory needs to move a little bit. If they move to the opposite side of this roof, that puts them in great line of sight of many squads out there. WAG down at the bottom. If they move early, core memory has the advantage. And they're going to flank around from the right-hand side. 8 teams. Hey, op 7. We need to lose one more, Neptune, for both of us to win. Come on. Somebody get eliminated, baby. Vamos goes out. And now 7 more teams. Grenades being laid out here for WAG. And expand, drops decos, and bye-bye WAG. We say as we get to the final circle. But 2 teams lost at the same time. Expand makes an exit as well. I guess we win.
Yeah, we win. We win. We guessed right.
We won for 1 second before Expand left.
Well, let's see though. We have EVOS right now, 9 eliminations, and will be able to gain core memory. This is what we're talking about. They were outside of the circle, but the shift will help them move in, and hopefully they can get one corner or one side of the area we're in. It is not in path of the others, otherwise they will be run through by a lot of teams. But for Todak, traps need to be picked up, Noki as well, and they will be safe, but no confirmation has been done on traps. Only 3 remains and a lot of eyes on Todak, but Gochil has been taken down. EVOS define out, only 3 teams remaining, and each from different regions.
Yeah, core memory understanding that EVOS is right in front of them, and Lady Luck just helped them meet EVOS early, snuffing them out, which means the rest of the points available on the map now could belong to core memory. But look at the consistency out of PE Sports. The ones that started it all for Vietnam are at it again. 7 eliminations in hand, looking straight at core memory, getting that knock as well, but no confirmations coming on through. As these boys need to move, core memory is the first squad inside of that next circle zone.
Oh, good position for Todak right now, though the blue will be closing or will be shifting though, and they will need to move, but they have an opening against PE Sports, but the glue wall will be taken out from the side of a core memory with that Riptide Rhythm, and Don't Cry has visuals already as to where Todak is. A little bit of glue wall melter action to take out Don't Cry and the rest of the teams, and they will be forced away, giving Todak that opening.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a lot of beautiful Riptide Rhythm. Todak forcing PE Sports to back away, but there's still a little bit of natural defense here, all thanks to that humongous tree, probably 300 years old. Vidal's grenade. Vidal's out. No, straight down by Cougar. And the connection is there. Grenade launcher in the hands of Faiz. Can he get one for himself? Denied by core memory. Player after player. Todak, whoa, pick themselves right back up. And Noki try to make a difference here with the grenade launcher, but the circle won't tag him up from the back. Sensi, Cougar getting them done in, and finally Todak falters. And core memory pick up those crucial numbers for themselves. PE Sports aiming for the Booyah. It's a fair fight in the 3v3.
Yeah, 3v3 situation with a battle against Todak. Core memory has been distracted to where PE Sports is. Don't Cry might be able to drop and swoop in against Cougar, but here comes the guy above the rock, and LBT managed to get away. M590 in both hands of the rushers right here, and Sensi for the flag, but Rebel Rush will now save LBT. And one down already, but the same goes for Jump, especially with the help, but core memory will be grabbing another Booyah.
My goodness me, core memory. Dude, they woke up yesterday and looks like these boys haven't fallen asleep just yet. They are still awake. They're still dragging in the points here. And core memory looking for that #1 spot by the time we end the day. And there's just no other way I'll have this, because, you know, they were very impressive and we've been waiting for them to wake up for such a long time now. But this time, unfortunately, it will not be the MVP in the hands of Dawn, because the man got taken out way too early.
Yeah, it looks like Cougar probably, or Jump or Sensi. At this point in time, there's still a lot of elimination that may be happening in this final shot. But core memory overall, we saw them try to avoid a lot of gunfight, a lot of engagement. But in the final moment, that's where they got a few more. A lot of teams in one specific area of the map is just a shooting range for core memory at that point, and they were distanced, so there was a risk of them being taken hard by that blue zone. It's a good thing the shift went to their favor.
I'm crying for WAG, I'm crying for Expand, unfortunate. I'm crying for the rest of them, but Todak, 3 games in a row, finding the final circle. They definitely drank that Red Bull, Neptune. I swear. Okay, so many cans there in the Malaysian studio. They drank some Red Bull today.
yeah. I mean, like, first game, they got second place. The second one, they got the Booyah, and the third place on Solara. I mean, if that is the case for most of the time, hopefully they don't wait for final days to happen, because it's tough, really. And we've seen that, like, Todak comes up on the final day even when they are at the bottom, and they're doing quite well. But this is their chance right now, and hopefully they are listening. If not, someone relay to them whatever they're doing in the final days. If they're just like removing all the stress, no more pressure, they're just playing to have fun, enjoy the game, and then that's where all those strategies, all those time that they spent together watching VODs and putting up all those rotation is coming back to them. They have to do it more often.
Yeah, I hope someone can tell the exact same thing to WAG as well, because they started off hot. But I'm not too fussed, you know. At the end of the day, many people always ask us this question, Neptune, who's your favorite team? Who's your favorite team? They don't realize, they don't understand. We have no favorite team. We just love Free Fire. This is our favorite game. That's about it. any team that makes it there, we're all going to scream for them. We're going to be excited for them. We're going to talk them down when they are performing badly, and we are going to hype them up when they're performing phenomenally out there. It has always been that way. The WAT really needs to step it up because we are running out of opportunities. So on that note, let's throw it over to, once again, the very lovely Misa.
Hi everyone, and another Booyah for CRM. Right now I'm here with ดูใครครับ
กล้าครับ
จำครับ
โอเคทั้งคู่ When it was top 3, do you have any idea who were you battling with ตอนที่เราอยู่ท็อป 3 และเรารู้ไหมว่าเราตีกับทีมไหนอยู่พอจะเดาได้ไหมแบบจากการเดินจากอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
ไม่รู้ครับ
no idea เลยเหรอ
ใช่เจอจ
อ่ะ
ริงอะ
ลองเดา
ทีมน่าทีมไม่ค่อยโหดหรอวะ
เฮ้ยใช่เปล่าเขาติดท็อปทีเขาอาจจะโหดก็ได้
ไม่รู้เหมือนกันนะเด็กก็ต้องรอดูในสตรีมครับ
Okay,ไม่เป็นไร So they have literally no idea who they were battling with. Let's just say, let's tell them. มันคือ PE กับ Todak ท็อป 3 ที่เราตีกันอยู่ตอนนั้น Okay. And how about the circles? Was it planned that the circles were heading that way? Did you see it coming before? Or it was just all first block? ตอนที่วงกำลังเคลื่อนมาเรื่อยๆเราเห็นป่ะว่ามันกำลังไปทางนู้นกำลังไปทางไหนหรือว่าดวงล้วนๆเลย
ก็น่าจะดูครับ ตอนแรกยังไม่รู้เลยวงไปไหน เห็นมีคนพูดวงกลับหลังก็ค่อยๆเล่น
แล้วหินตรงนั้นล่ะ
ไม่รู้ครับอยู่ๆก็เห็นก็เลยเล่นได้น่าดวงดีด้วยแหละ
แต่เป็นโพสิชันที่ดีนะพูดถึง
ใช่ไม่มีให้บอกกันนะ
เล่นเราได้เปรียบเลย โอเค so they said they have no clue about the circles and that rock was because of luck, pure luck. That's it. But they got the booyah. That's the thing. Okay, last question. Is there anything you would like to say to the fans? มีอะไรอยากฝากถึงแฟนๆไหม
ได้ตั๋วเวียดนามแน่ครับวันนี้เราจะไปเวียดนาม
Yes เราต้องไปเราต้องครบ5ทีมไทยต้องครบ5ทีมไปกันไฟนอลด้วยกัน
ใช่
You get the ticket to Vietnam for sure โอเคแล้วของเรามีอะไรอยากฝากถึงแฟน
ก็อย่าลืมฝากเชียร์ครับเพื่อได้แชมป์เวียดนาม
ๆเอ้ย
เดาแชมป์เลยอะ
เอาแชมป์เลยนะ โอเค
เอาแชมป์เลย
He's going to be the champion. Please keep on cheering him in Vietnam. Okay. Thank you so much for this interview session. Now let's get back to the showcasters. Bye.
Thank you very much, Amisa, as well as Core Memory. All the questions, though, the answers to the questions is quite on point because first they don't know who they are going against with, but I'm pretty sure with the position or the movement of the team, they know who they can target first. They know who they can prioritize, and that's like years of practice, the years and days and months of playing against these teams. And for finding a circle, that's where. Well, they don't know where the circle will be coming in, but they know how to position themselves to the best way that they can. Especially in this final shift, we thought that they will be stuck outside of the blue, but it shifts towards them towards the end, thus they have the elevation.
Yeah, Core Memory definitely got a little bit of luck there. No doubt whatsoever. I think it was a very fair fight between the three squads. And this is the RNG that Battle Royale brings into the game. Like it or not, just your skills, your capabilities are not going to get you Booyah after Booyah after Booyah. You are going to have some random elements out there. That random element this time around gave CRM the Booyah, but I'm not taking it away from them. It was still a very decent one. They got the numbers on their side, and the active skills don't change. Tatsuya Skylar, Alok A124, one of the few teams that have actually brought in the Alok and really shows the viability of this guy to keep jump up on his feet.
Yeah, it's more of the movement as well that he has brought in here. You know that a jump is not only is he jumping, he's really running towards the enemy. Thus, he most of the time gets the first few or being eliminated first. But in terms of assist, he is really doing that much. So when we look at the numbers, it's 13 elimination overall. It's because they are waiting for the final circle to start off with getting all those elimination, but it doesn't bother them because they have the group, the Booyah as well. So it is a good start or a good game for them to ensure that they stay on top 6.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a great game overall in terms of numbers. 13 points out of the eliminations, 12 points from the Booyah. Basically means a great game overall for CRM. Ray and Rasa making it the highlight for EVOS Divine. X-Bot jumping in here for the damage. Eliminations-wise, Ray clearly showing us that EVOS may be able to jump up a couple of slots because of the eliminations that they took here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, so far they have maintained their position despite of losing a lot of battle overall, but core memory, they have 25 points, and Todak, second place elimination. They are not getting shy in getting into those engagements, though they are stopped for a moment because I guess they had an idea. There's a lot of teams surrounding them, so they don't want to start a fight and lose one out. So now, as we see, Todak is third and core memory stays on the second, and I think the trajectory Todak is working for them.
Absolutely, man. You know, PE Sports on day 1 of this final week, they only managed to pull away 42 points. Today alone, PE Sports has raked in 56 points. How impressive is that? This Vietnamese squad is definitely on the rise. And it's the two OGs, right? PE Sports, they started it all. And Team Flash, the OG of OGs, like from back then, these guys were around. So it's good to see them here. But obviously, we have got very limited slots available for that grand final. Only the top 6 can qualify through. We knew that it was going to be a dogfight towards the very end. The teams that are struggling now, they should have seen this one coming.
Yeah, definitely. And speaking of top, this is a top tier mobile device for you because another partner, another sponsor that we have is Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra that is equipped with the next generation Snapdragon 8 Elite for Galaxy processor. Also has the enhanced Vulkan engine as well as improved ray tracing technology that delivers outstanding performance along with a smooth gaming experience and lifelike graphics. Together with powerful AI and a top-tier performance, the Galaxy S25 Ultra becomes the ultimate weapon for professional gamers.
Absolutely, you can see it if it's used as the ultimate weapon, exactly what it can do out there on the battlefield. All of these players are running the Samsung Galaxy. But of course, at the end of the day, the newest model, the S25 Ultra, too beautiful, just absolutely delicious to look at. It's so tempting. Don't step into a Samsung showroom. Don't pick up the phone. You will buy it.
Yeah, that's a, well, it's because it's that good. The moment you feel it, the moment you experience it for yourself, definitely you will be aiming for that. Similar to what the teams are doing right now. They aim for the #1 spot. And what they're doing, they're just grabbing the Booyah, especially for core memory after performance. 2 Booyahs from yesterday. Now they grab their the 2 Booyahs as well. And they don't have to wait for that final game. They are starting it off halfway through. And Todak, what they did right now, we didn't expect that they will be able to pull it off, but they continue their battle as well as their journey to get into the top 6 as well as the grand finals together with PE Sports.
And Onyx is getting a little lazy, I feel, Neptune, and they cannot rest on their laurels because they may have been able to climb up to that second spot, but the race is not completed yet. Currently, PE Sports is 11 points behind them. Team Flash is about 20 points behind them. And the way these teams have been playing today, it's not going to be very difficult for them to climb up the leaderboard. And if Onyx continues to perform abysmally, because we have completed 3 games now, and Onyx has only collected 12 points. An average of 4 points per game is extremely low. And if this continues for Onyx, we are not going to see them at the finals.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough though because they performed quite well. Imagine for day #1, a total of 96 points, and then it went down drastically to 64 points from yesterday. And now they haven't even reached 20 points after 3 games, if I'm not mistaken. So it's tough for Onyx Olympus. Not quite sure what they're waiting for. Is there any prompt that they are asking for? Is it just like Evo's popping off and then they can top off? I don't know. It's just Onyx Olympus being taken out a little bit too early, or if not, like they end up in the middle part of the circle before not having a full squad.
Yeah, In the YouTube chat, Lucky called it out very, very well. Look at those booyahs. Todak and Core Memory were almost forgotten in Phase 1 and Phase 2, but they're giving it their all in the final stages, and it shows props to them. Lucky, I agree with you. This is just so impressive. Todak and Core Memory, and you're absolutely right. They were forgotten because they were performing so badly. But at the end of the day, it is not how we start. It is not how we travel. It is exactly how we bring it to an end. And both of these teams have been doing so well today. We have to actually include PE Sports into that run as well. Because PE Sports has been doing very badly. And now they have really managed to step it up. So I like this energy. I want to see the consistency. Thankfully, we have been able to see exactly that as well. We want to see more of it. Final day. The leaderboard's about to be shaken up a little bit more. But now, into the next game we go. We have got Next Terra on the plate for all of y'all.
Yeah, well, so far, this is getting quite interesting right now because we are past the halfway through mark and we are being brought back to where most of the teams has been surviving quite longer. I mean, we've seen them really fight it off, and we've seen that in Solara as well. So not quite sure if it's too passive or they just know how to survive a little bit longer. They know how to pick their fights. They know how to position themselves well so that they will not be taken out early. And the revives is also coming in to play in the best manner. But for WAG, Team Vamos, they continue to go into those hot drops. And I guess this is a chance for WAG to bring more numbers.
Absolutely. And because Vamos is obviously looking for a little bit of recovery here as well. Unless, of course, WAG is bumping into a Vamos that has just given up. You know, they have accepted their fate that they will not be going to the finals. And that basically means no chance of competing for EWC. Obviously, the boys will be disappointed, but that's something they definitely need to think long and hard about before the next season and future opportunities.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a lot more opportunities for them, but hey, if you don't grab it in the early parts, especially if you have the chance to do so, you will be lost out, and you don't want to waste an entire year. But this is what I'm talking about. No wasting. Team Vamos goes in for the Rebel Rush. The one Cyrus, one that has been taken down, but Cyrus will be responded to as well. And the Team Vamos falls down one at a time. But Alan has been taken down by Suez from afar.
Nani? That was so messy. And I mean, great survivability play here by the players of Vamos, but Visakha Srivijaya out of nowhere, dropping by to say hello to clean up house. Will be on for the chase. We'll be able to find Jun as well. The biggest winner of that engagement was Visakha Srivijaya. The biggest loser continues to be Vamos, unfortunately.
I mean, they managed to get in for a good push, but they're the ones who fell down quite quickly. So I don't know if it's the timing or the backup or they were just expected. They don't have that element of surprise and they still went for it. But right now, speaking of going for it, Team Flash still managed to go for the battle against GOW, and two of their members has been taken out as one of the players tried to go and rush into the vending machine. He will be cut off by Hui right now. It's a good thing he was able to fall off that blue wall. And P19, and no way of recovery. And only one more for the Team Flash to bring them back.
Yeah, I mean, now we just need Wang to get sacrificed so that we can see every single player revived.
Yeah, I mean,
just
don't
because
want to be
my
left
OCD
out.
is kind of annoying me right now.
You don't want to be left out without a heart.
Yeah, he's got no green
I told you, I knew it. I knew it.
Everybody needs a green heart. Expand.
Bro, we've been working for a long time. I literally know what you're thinking about. Just couldn't put it into works.
I mean, come on, you gotta share the love with everyone, bro. Give them the green heart, bro. You know, you're doing them a favor when you take away all these lives from these teams and leave one final survivor. Like, get out there. Okay, go. Recover and come back. We'll see you again later.
And production is bringing us back to Team Flash to trigger.
Oh my! GOW, what the hell? Out of nowhere, and Wang! BSK, wrong gun, bro! We'll get sprayed down, but look at that. Alan, rich enough to buy him back immediately. So, all right.
Now they have all green hearts.
Yeah,
Now they
everybody's
all
got
have
green
green
hearts. Bye bye.
Oh my goodness.
I'm dying. Ask
You
and
rest.
shall
You
receive.
rest. Yes, sir. You rest for a moment because right now I think an engagement will be happening. Expand, who's I would say not doing quite well, and we expect them to be doing a little bit better. But Todak right now, the team is already in a good spot mentally as well as emotionally because of the Booyah and the points that they've done, and they're like enforcing it with taking that assault bunker. So let's see on what they can bring to the table later on. But here comes Expand going against Team Heavy, and one takedown already. Make that two, and I think they continue their journey. Just nice, will not be nice at this point. He tries to go for the gatekeep, but he still goes down. Happy M79 wasn't able to pop off, and Heavy is out. Expand gets at 4.
It's a great play by Expand, spotting the opportunity, going in for the jump. Mufasa making a bad mistake by jumping outside of the bunker, and then Expand pulled a glue ball, blocking off the retreat, and from then on, there were 2 players down. Of course, we saw the attempt for a pickup coming through inside the bunker, but a good decision-making from Expand to rush on in, finish off those players, and Expand now 4 points up. The last time we checked, they were about 21, 22 points away from the 6th spot, so this is a decent start for them.
Yeah, decent start overall, but for Team Todak, they are trying their best to get away from PE Sports. And how it started is they're crossing from the containers towards a warehouse and didn't expect PE Sports. So one has been taken down and everyone gathered with only a few glue walls in there. And the moment the pickup has been done, they have been taken out one at a time, and I guess only one is taking that launch pad. Thus, the final player needs to double back and has been shot by PE Sports from the spine, and without even getting close to Todak.
Well, we saw 4 green hearts, and now we see 4 vehicles. It's going to disappear shortly, so that's all right. Visakha Srivijaya, though, Expand driving straight into their compound, and Visakha Srivijaya, hey, it's not bumper car, bro. I know they want to have a little bit of fun, but, you know, don't destroy cars, bro. Some of us don't have those expensive skins, you know? It breaks our heart.
Well, I mean, I thought some of us don't have that expensive cars, and they're just like crashing to each other. But
some of us
right now
are not in the top 6, so we shouldn't be playing around.
Yes, they're just trying to enjoy before they get taken down, and taken down they are. Now, we have Visakha Srivijaya already getting 2 points out of Expand, and they are not backing away. They're going in for the fight, 1887, and there goes Vlogs vaulting in and eliminating one of the players, but up close and personal, there goes Joel, and even through the glue wall, managed to go for the snipe. Afik, the only one remaining, but I guess with 3 players rushing in, Expand will be taken out.
Like a very wise old man said once, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. They should have just driven away, but instead chose to use the bumper cars. Chose to use the cars as bumper cars and have fun out there when they shouldn't have been having fun. And Visakha Srivijaya, who were outnumbered, had enough time to gather back and snuff them out. Oh, Expand.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We've cheered them enough, or probably there's a limit for us cheering them, and then they don't want it. Like shy as they are, shy as are. Attention, they don't want any attention. Stop cheering us. Thus, they want to be left out. But for WAG, though, they try their best to get as much elimination as possible. They only have 1 right now, and we're talking about close to 9 minutes on the clock, and they are going against PE Sports. So civil war is happening, and based on the numbers, based on results as well, PE Sports might be winning this against WAG.
Yep, based on their current track record, WAG is not looking too good. But you know what we need, Krillin. I'm looking at you, bro. Krillin gearing up to collect 1 green heart for himself. But the problem is, you need to have 1 guy run away from here first so that at least he can revive Krillin.
It's one thing though. I think Krillin is the one that is tagged by that hit list. So he's the target of everyone. That's why PE Sports is not showing. And let's see Explore right now starting it off. It's a good thing Explore managed to sidestep. Otherwise, he has gone down.
Krillin, come on, bro. You know it's gonna bug me, so you gotta do it. If Krillin takes himself out with the grenade launcher, it'll be even more funnier. But of course, we shall not wish things like that upon them, all right? GOW circling around. It is a civil war between the two brothers from Vietnam. ABCD, Trogon in hand. And through the window, we'll be able to find no one. Zob jumping out with the Mag 7. Bison attack from up top. Ton cooking up the nade. Ooh. And it's just a glue wall melter, so it's all right.
I thought it was a nade, but
I know,
good
right?
rebound though, directly where the team is, but from below, or was it from above? A takedown onto Wang Am happened, and the rest of the team's couldn't get in. Hui will be saying, "Oi, I fell down," and clean flash that drops them for the rush.
Oh, what a beautiful glue wall to protect himself, but ABCD will not allow him to get away that easy. And Team Flash cooking GOW. And as they end GOW's potential hope for picking up more points here, they're pretty much solidifying their own reign in the top 6. That was a great fight from Team Flash.
Yeah, I mean, they went in for bait and switch. They baited them out, trying to find out how many is on the second floor, how many is the ground floor, and then that's where they planned out the reversal. But for Core Memory, they couldn't do any reversal at this point. Two has managed to be taken down, and another one, Sensi, will not be able to sense anyone from Visakha Sriwijaya at this point. Riptide Rhythm just showed where he will be coming from, and I guess this might be it for Core Memory. Here comes FFWSSEA Launchpad out, and it's smart for him. Seeing that 3 is already in Launchpad, that made sure that there's less probability that there's a snipe is on him.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And good full team revival. Zenzi, the man, keeps Core Memory in play, but crucial points picked up by Visakha Sriwijaya, the team that is desperately trying to crawl back from the depths of hell into the top 6. Currently, they are sitting in the 11th spot. This will be a miracle, the biggest final day qualifier miracle if Visakha Sriwijaya manages to make it into the top 6.
Yeah, I imagine, like, the ones above them, GOW, not performing that well, WAG, not performing that well, Expand, we expect them to do better, but they're not performing. And Heavy, it's like Heavy pretty much is out of sight. We haven't seen them in a good engagement. So it is a good chance for Visakha Sriwijaya if they continue it on. More elimination from fights, more challenges that they are winning, and they might be able to get that top 6. Imagine, AJ, 12-minute mark, they already have 11 elimination, and there's still 28 survivors in the battlefield.
Yeah, absolutely. Flash, though, under pressure. EVOS from afar, spotting them out, trying to shut them down. AWM in the hands of Wang. Ray in the corner. One spray down. And who was that? ABCD, Team Flash. Making good work here. Will be able to knock 2 down onto the ground. And EVOS very clearly not trying hard enough. Even at the start of the matchup, Rasya actually peeling away from the rest of his team members and losing his life. And right now, EVOS taking an open fight so close to the blue. This is one of the most riskier maneuvers that we have seen EVOS take in a while.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if they're still continuing on chasing or finding out where Team Flash is, well, they are succeeding in that factor, but winning the gunfight, they are losing right now. As Team Flash already have elimination, elevation as well, and resources that have been saved so much. But for Team Flash, they need to turn around, focus on Onyx Olympus, but they don't need to lose sight of EVOS Divine, because Rasya is still alive though and might be able to bring their teammates back. But for the Battle P Sports 5 elimination, Lao Ho is already out up close and personal, and there goes Gardu. And let's see if Visakha will be able to survive this, because 2 players still alive and kicking, and a pickup is about to happen.
Oh, beautifully done by Visakha Sriwijaya. Although they lost Gardu, they pick up the final pieces, and Visakha Sriwijaya, let us remind you, is currently in the 11th spot. And Visakha Sriwijaya from today has managed to pick up 45 points. They are fighting for their lives, and they are making a miracle happen out here. This is crazy, Neptune. We have got 3 more games, including this one, to go. I think they might just be able to do it if they keep this up.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I already mentioned earlier the team that they need to catch up with, and most of them are not performing. But for WAG, they're trying their best right now to move into the final circle, but they keep spotting a different team in this Core Memory, and they are sharing elimination with Team Flash, and Core Memory will remain a memory up until next round.
Yeah, absolutely. Core Memory out, which means Visakha Srivijaya still has more opportunities to pick up those points. WAG, oh, Visakha, they want them as well. WAG, can they make a difference? Yes, with that M79, Krillin, Groza, but the distance between them and the players on the side of Visakha. And by 90, what a sneak play by Obey. Gun traded out by Cyrus. They need to peek across that wall though, and the circle now putting in the damage. Obey has got that Superman on him, WAG on the rotation, and finally Obey will be able to surprise them with this backstab here. Riptide Rhythm not available. Obey making that rotation way too late, and Visakha Srivijaya will be down by a phenomenal play out of the Vietnamese squad of WAG. But look at this, Team Flash in here as well. The final minutes as they will sneak into the top 6 and maintain their dominance with sheer consistency throughout this day, Neptune.
Definitely a lot of this has been done by Team Flash to maintain their consistency as well as their spot, and also lead up to a few more points. But for WAG, they're needed even more because they are challenging Team Flash, but they are not moving that fast. Even from the battle earlier against Visakha Srivijaya, it seems like they have been slowed down, but it is working for them. Going against Onyx Olympus on a 3v4 might be a challenge, but Alan is so aggressive. But Crime MKS, even being damaged, will recover that quickly, and it's only left to Cyrus and Alan into play.
Conchita Caroline, can we see you? Ewas says, yes, we most definitely will. Onyx as they wipe the floor with WAG. Circle around looking for the final Ewas player. Either way, we get to smile because Conchita Caroline is about to ask some hard questions.
Oh, yes, indeed. The Onyx Olympus team, the Hedgehogs, managed to roll through and grab that Booyah. And this is the third Booyah of the team for this final 3 days of the knockout stage. And performance-wise, they did maintain the second spot from the first day up until yesterday, but they have been pushed down by Core Memory. And it is about time for them to do some work because they don't want to lose out in some of the teams like PE Sports and Team Flash, who has been performing quite better.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, Team Flash, not only do they sneak into the top 6, they also have a 29-point lead over Team Heavy. And this is very, very impressive from the day so far. I mean, there's nothing more we can ask from this Vietnamese squad. But it is, of course, a little bit sad that WAG seems to be crashing out after performing very well on day 1.
Yeah, I mean, they might have ended in the final circle, but in terms of elimination, it's not so much. It's not what they expect that they can bring into the table. So is it something that the other teams from Vietnam has done? Does they not perform that well, or there's somewhat of a problem for the teams right now and that they need to resolve? But will that be enough? Will they be able to resolve it and catch up with Team Flash for the moment?
I mean, I am just shocked, but for some weird reason, I have a sneezing fit. An allergy attack on broadcast. How fun this day is going to be. I am crying. Earlier, I was crying because I was laughing nonstop. I'm crying because I'm sneezing nonstop. Apologies, guys. You're going to hear a little bit of a laggy mustachio, but what a game, man. I mean, what has happened here so far, Neptune, is out of this world. Neither one of us could have guessed this was going to happen. I mean, obviously, we kind of guessed like some easy stuff, you know, Core Memory is going to wake up, etc. But when we expect Expand to step it up, Todak of all teams stepping it up. When we expected WAG to step it up, PE Sports steps it up. I mean, crazy, but I'm not complaining. I'm absolutely in love with what's happening.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they might be hearing us wrong. Or they just want to, like, they might be hearing us wrong, or they might be challenged because
Yes.
we're cheering, we're motivating the other teams, and they want to be motivated as well. So I don't know. It might be a caster scarce as well for
Maybe,
some
yeah.
matter. There's a lot of factors that might be coming into play, but whoever it is that will decide on where or what will be happening, it's the teams themselves.
Yes.
Todak
Absolutely.
specifically. They were very passive. They're trying to find final circles overall, but they were failing because they keep backing out in a lot of engagement.
Yeah.
And for this last day, they have been doing quite well. But before we talk even further, let's bring it over to Onyx Olympus and Conchita Caroline for that Booyah interview.
All right. Thank you, casters. Fourth game of the night. And finally, a Booyah for Indonesia is successfully secured by Onyx Esports. I'm here with Zero to, of course, talk and have a chat about the match that we have just seen together. Hi, Zero. Akhirnya ya, aku udah nungguin loh dari tadi 4 game untuk bisa ada di kesempatan kali ini. Dapetin Booyah dan juga ngobrol-ngobrol sama perwakilan dari Onyx. It took us quite a while to get here. 4 matches. What do you think was the biggest obstacle for Onyx Esports tonight going into the last day of the knockout stage? Menurut kamu apa kesulitan terbesar Onyx masuk ke hari terakhir di knockout stage sampai akhirnya Booyah pertama baru bisa diamankan di pertandingan keempat?
Berat Kak tadi.
Apa itu yang berat?
Dikepung
atau-
Vietnam.
Oh iya sih.
Iya.
Dari tim-tim Vietnam yang perform hari ini, siapa yang menurut kamu bisa dibilang paling memberatkan?
Gak ada sih, tadi di Purgatory aja sih kita ditabrak flash. Jadi
sama
yang match keduanya nggak expect aja di jumper.
Okay. So basically what they're feeling tonight is that they feel very, it was pretty hard for Onyx to go against Vietnam. They feel gang up on a bit because Vietnam is actually going all out today. So yeah, it was a bit difficult for them to actually win a Booyah until the 4th game. Especially during the Purgatory, they feel like Vietnam really had it and it was very difficult for any of the Indonesian team to win the game. Oke, pertanyaan selanjutnya nih. Tadi kan kita lihat pertandingannya cukup chaotic nih ya di game keempat. Situasi di booth kayak gimana? Bisa diceritain nggak? Apalagi kan belum pecah telur nih.
Ya.
Dari tadi tuh kayak nyaris. Boleh diceritain sedikit suasana di booth tadi seperti apa?
Pas Booyah.
Sebelum Booyah, detik-detik sebelum Booyah.
Oh.
Kayak 3 menit terakhir deh.
Berisik.
Berisik banget. Yang paling berisik siapa biasanya?
Si Adrian.
Berisiknya tuh gimana? Ngasih arahan atau dia lebih ke panik orangnya atau gimana?
Berisik aja Kak. Seru tapi.
Seru. Okay. So I asked him, how was the situation on the booth, on the gaming booth during the last game, especially the last 3 minutes, because we all seen how chaotic and intense the game was. But Zero here just tell us a bit of a secret. Apparently, one of the noisiest one from Onyx Esports is Adrian. He was the one that is the most, how would I say this? Paling berisik, paling bawel lah ya. The most talkative one. So yeah, that's a bit of a surprise for me actually. Kalau kamu sendiri setelah pecah telur Booyah, apakah kemudian secara mental harusnya lebih memudahkan menghadapi 2 pertandingan yang tersisa atau gimana?
Mudah sih harusnya.
Harusnya sudah lebih memudahkan ya? Udah lebih tenang setelah berhasil dapetin Booyah?
Iya, udah ngejauhin poin.
Oh,
Jadi nggak ada halangan lagi sih.
Gak ada alasan dan juga gak ada halangan lagi ya. Tepuk tangan dong untuk Zero dong. Mentalitinya oke banget meskipun harus menunggu sampai game yang keempat. I asked him after getting a Booyah on the 4th game, do you think it's going to be easier for Onyx Esports moving forward? Because now obviously they finally had a taste of winning tonight. And he said, yeah, it should be easier. The mentality is all there. They're just gonna have to try their best to secure 2 more Booyahs on the last 2 game left tonight. Alright, thank you Zero. Terima kasih udah mau ngobrol-ngobrol. Good luck untuk game selanjutnya. We're gonna go back to the casters. Without further delay, take it away casters.
Thank you very much, Conchita Caroline, as well as Ziru, or Zairu, as we call him, from Onyx Olympus. And, well, I guess regardless whether he's a shot caller or not, Adrian is calling a lot of shots in this game. He's the most talkative at this point. And let's see, though, if they can keep up with the promise of 2 more Booyahs, because it's getting real tough, especially as we get closer to the end of the day. A lot of teams have been performing, and a lot of teams are in a mission to go for the chase.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, PE Sports was having a good run all the way until this fight up against Visakha Sriwijaya. And when they lost Gardu, I thought Visakha Sriwijaya was going to be in a lot of trouble. But thankfully, the pressure from Visakha Sriwijaya was just so phenomenal. And they were just relentless, right? They had the right weapon, the shotguns in that final moment to overwhelm. But even they could not overwhelm Onyx towards the very end because Visakha Sriwijaya had been into too many back-to-back fights, and obviously Onyx able to take advantage of that towards the very end. Steffi, Koda, Tatsuya, Cassie, this is a very interesting combo coming on through. We've seen the grenades bring the damage, not as the previous, some of the previous seasons have shown us how supreme those grenades can be, but having the Steffi can never go wrong.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially with the like blue wall melters, to be able to stop them in like setting up or recovering in most of the battles. So any throwables will be disabled with that Steffi, and it is working for Onyx Olympus right now. But in terms of numbers, though, they're not really. I think they're not focusing that much on getting as much as an elimination, but I'm sure they want to. But it's more of that survivability factor, the additional 12 points from the Booyah. And if you maintain your 4-man strong team, then that's where you can have more advantages in getting a lot of elimination. A tactic that we've seen in so many teams already, but for Visakha Sriwijaya, they're doing it in numbers. I guess they were on a roll, except for that Solara, wherein they were taken out early, and hopefully this doesn't affect them that much in chasing that top 6.
I mean, this is just so shocking from Visakha Sriwijaya. The consistency is mind-blowing, and still, until this game, not a single Booyah on the side of Visakha Sriwijaya, and they are back to their big fragging ways, man. 15 eliminations this time around, but look at the placement points. These boys need to fix that for sure, but I don't mind as long as they keep buffering themselves with those eliminations, because game after game, they're performing very, very well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, quite well that they have managed to take themselves out of the bottom 2, and now they are in a 10th spot. And though, yes, 10 might be quite far, but looking at the numbers between them and those above them, it's very, very close. So only 9 points to go against WAG, and WAG is not putting up that much. And same goes for Expand. But for Heavy, against Team Flash, so they need to do a lot more when they got to that number, because Team Flash, PE Sports, you know how they've done all throughout from yesterday up until today, and they're just stacking it up just to make sure that they won't be taken out from top 6.
Yeah, and Heavy is 29 points behind Team Flash. So 2 games in a row, Heavy needs to perform well, and they need to make sure Flash does not get into the final circle. I see no better way than to hot drop Team Flash. But of course, let's see if or not the Vietnamese squads will try to do something cheeky like that. I do wish to see a lot of heated battles in the final 2 games, because I do understand there's going to be a lot of passive approaches as well to guarantee their spot in the final circle. But either way, we'll have to witness exactly what happens when we come back from a quick short break. We hope you don't go anywhere.
Challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features 2 competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage, this is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format, Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only one team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. One winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand finals, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, and this is a Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2025. We're looking at the final 2 matches for the Phase 2 of knockout stage and final chances for the team to reach that hoped and prayed top 6 before heading into the grand finals. But all that energy is coming from our official energy drink partner, which is Red Bull. That will be happening not only for the spring season, but also for the fall. And this brings so much of excitement right now, AJ, as we end into the last stage.
Absolutely, man. I hope Red Bull can give me something for my allergies as well. No idea exactly what's happening, but the weather has been a little crazy here in Malaysia. It's raining really heavily, and then it's super duper hot. I don't even know what to make of it, but of course, at the end of the day, hopefully these players out there are absolutely fine, because they need to be in the pink of health to go out there and dominate. And clearly, there has been a little bit of dominance here today from teams. Not many thought that will be able to dominate, right? I mean, talking about PE Sports, when was the last time we saw PE Sports play properly, nephew?
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while, though, and PE Sports really are coming back. Let me just take a peek while game schedule is showing up right now. As I mentioned, we have 2 more matches, which is Nextera as well as Kalahari. But looking back at PE Sports, there were so many instances that they have been bombing out. Day 2, Day 4, and Day 6 when they were in the first phase of the knockout stage, but they managed to bring themselves back towards the latter part of Phase 2 and up until today. So I guess that's the only thing that PE Sports really need. Only a few games, and when they're going against those together with this group, and I'm not underestimating this group, it just so happens that the top dogs has been moved out already from this group, and they are waiting as a finalist. But I guess this is what PE Sports are looking forward to when they step into Phase 2.
Hey, you see the WAG players just closing their eyes, centering themselves, just pulling in a quick meditation before... I swear to God, if I don't stop sneezing before jumping into this next map, is going to be Nextera up next. Oh God, well, Neptune, you got to take over for a while, man.
Sure. No worries. I got you, bro. There you go. I mean, bless you. But for the rest of WAG, I mean, there's a lot of pressure from the team, from the rest of Vietnamese teams, rather. A lot of pressure from the rest of the teams. Other than PE Sports and Team Flash, the others has been bombing out. Like from Heavy, even GOW, who we've seen perform quite well, and now has been left behind on 11. But PE Sports right now, I guess, despite of them performing, they are still focused. They are still praying that they will have better chances of increasing the lead against Team Flash or probably overtaking Team Todak because they only need 3 more points to do so. And Todak, though they might not be bringing in a lot in terms of elimination, positioning themselves in the final circle is what they are aiming for. As long as they get close and increase those numbers by placement, like if you survive even longer, you will be able to get at least a few eliminations along the way.
Yeah, absolutely right. And that's been key thus far, and that's a strategy exposed mainly by EVOS. They have been keeping their heads down, no Booyahs, no problem. And they're not the only one. They're not the ones that created that strategy, right? Back then, we used to talk about Buriram, how they used to stay silent all the time until getting to the final circle. Enough loot to take that fight. RRQ then started doing that as well. And if you want to secure a spot in the top 6, this is what teams should have been focusing on from day 1 here on that final week. Unfortunately, that strategy is coming in a little bit late for some of these brands, but it doesn't matter. Even if you're late, as long as you get it done well, just scrape through into the top 6, you're still going to be leaving here with a smile by the end of the day. And the end of the day is literally 2 games away.
Yeah, to the very, very close. And as the saying goes, better late than never. And this is the chance that they have. But for the other teams right now, and going to that point that you just mentioned, survivability, we only experience the instance wherein we have 10 teams, 11 teams towards a final circle. Probably it's because they're doing so. Finding the final circle and then surviving longer, not really getting too aggressive. For some, yes, it is working. They're getting a lot of elimination, but since the revival is still on, they can literally bring back those fallen teammates and they can get back into play. And that's where all the chaos has been ensuing in, especially when we talk about Bermuda. But in Nextera, there's pretty much a huge gap in some of the performances. There are a few early drops or early engagement that has been happening, and hopefully they can get away from that as well, because that's the most common reason why a team is being pushed down too low into the leaderboard, because they couldn't even get a chance to get any points.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, bless you, Jay. All right, I'm going to carry this over right now. I know, probably the camera. Are you allergic to camera?
I don't know, man. I'm allergic to the top teams not performing. All right, that's what I'm allergic to. Come on, let's hop on into Nextera and see exactly who can pull away the Booyah. Do we see the underdogs rise up to the top once again? Do we finally get to feel the mustachio on a better day, bro? Because these teasers are getting to me.
Yeah, well, let's see though. This is next level as we go into Nextera right now, and Applied Path will be coming in from the south to the north, and most of the time the middle part, Farmtopia, that is where we see most of the early engagement. Since some of the teams are not here anymore, there's no more challenge on Intellect Center, so it's more of the middle of the circle or the map itself that a lot of teams has been dropping in. And for those, it's WAG who might be going against Team Vamos, who dropped in a little bit too early, and then PE Sports just flew by above them. That might be very close. So a pinch against Vamos might ensue in a bit.
Absolutely, and of course Vamos in depth. Even if Vamos looks out for it, I don't think there's anything that they can do at this point of time. Vamos is 60 points away from the 11th spot. So, yeah, there's just no way Vamos makes this, man. So, I mean, my heart goes out to Vamos, but I wish they had hustled a little bit earlier in the competition.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a lot of regrets, I'm pretty sure, for the team Vamos, because they have been performing in most cases, especially in the early parts of Phase 1. But right now, they will be regretting everything that has happened so far. And seeing Todak performing quite well is another thing, another story, because they they were able to overtake them in the placement point, and Todak is the one very close to achieving that grand finals. And it's a good thing that they managed to get away from GOW. Probably they're not ready for a fight just yet, or again, we talk about survivability, so that's what they're doing. They don't want to be taken out early, they don't want to lose any resources that they gathered already. But there goes GOW because of all the noise that they made. CRM will be targeting them.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, GOW was taking a look at the Malaysian squad running across the battlefield, trying to take them down, and CRM out of nowhere taking advantage of that distraction. On the side of Heavy, on the other hand, we'll have Hans subbing in for Get Nice. Let's see if or not they can nicely sneak their way into the top 6 here. Once again, Team Heavy, who's in the 7th spot, is 29 points behind Team Flash, who currently hold on to that 6th spot.
I mean, it's even more than a good run for what Team Heavy has done from the past. So they might take 2 matches, but that is hoping that Team Flash or even PE Sports will not be performing that well, so that they can take over that top 6. But for Heavy, they will be moving away from a lot of those engagements. They will be going into the edge of the circle, and this is where most of the teams are aiming for, to close in and probably gatekeep some of the teams, as well as find a better position once the next phase shows up. So that's the initial plan and the basics of Battle Royale.
Yeah, let's see if or not CRM on this rotation can get a good catch on to Expand, who is 30 points away from Team Flash in that 6th spot. So Expand, in order for them to qualify, they need to win this fight for sure, or at least not fall here.
Fortunate for them, or Memory is gunning for them in a triple kill, eliminating them, and it's not looking good. I mean, that 1 point against Heavy would be a long run for the next match, because Heavy is still alive and kicking, but might be the next contender to be taken out, especially as Core Memory is still in play. And Sensi right now, not so much of a good position for the lookout, but as Visakha Sriwijaya goes in for this fight against Team Heavy, PLS the one feeling the pressure with no pick up. Well, finally pickup will be done on Tugartu. Now, position-wise, we have guns, the good spot to stay snipe out Mufasa. But for Best J entirely, they need to get a different position, and they might be able to take one out. Well, goes in, and that FGL will probably put in so much of damage in that fight. And Visakha with already 2 points, Joel out, recovery needs to be done. On the other side, Evo Zivine going against Vamos. Oh, chill. M590 will be going down from the Paraball coming from June, but Ray is not done just yet. With that Rosa plus M79, they were able to damage Vamos at this point, and this is looking like an entire wipeout of the team up close and personal, and Evo Zivine brings that 4.
Oh my goodness, Vamos clearly have given up in this competition. They will not be able to do much anymore. EVOS, on the other hand, I thought they were going to ease up the pressure that they have out here so that the underdogs can pick up some well-deserved points and fight between themselves. But clearly that's not the objective. On the revival, they are going to continue pushing for some points here. But I hope they would tone it down a little bit more, because I'm more interested in the fight for the top 6. You're looking at Heavy, Expand, WAG. Of course, we can count Expand out. Heavy, WAG, Visakha Sriwijaya. I mean, Visakha Sriwijaya still stands a very, very strong chance, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's getting very, very close, but a few teams are really making up to when they are failing in the fight. But speaking of Visakha Sriwijaya, GOW is going in for a trade against them, and Joel has been brought back as Demon will be taken down, but we don't have any sights on them just yet. For Core Memory, they stays in the edge of the circle, and finally we have 2 more players for GOW that can be taken down by Visakha Sriwijaya, so that they can make up for the points that they need to get to that top 6.
Patience play. 3 points in the pocket already. And GOW currently sitting in the 11th spot based on their performance. It seems like the qualifier into the finals will be impossible. And Visakha Srivijaya not approaching them as they choose to play the safer pathing into the circle. But a civil war between EVOS and Onyx Olympus here at Decker Square, I think is unavoidable, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few more chances that we've seen them go against each other, but most of the time it is a final circle. So now they are getting too close in this part of the map a little bit too early. But for Rasya, not quite sure what the plan is. Probably just gathering coins or I don't know, just getting into a good position. But for the rest of the teams, Evo's Divine will be hunting an Onyx Olympus, but they haven't spotted out one of the players just yet. But for Todak, Team Heavy managed to take them out when we thought that they can still survive longer. But Heavy, I guess they wanted more.
Absolutely, and WAG, 2 players down, bleeding out on the ground. Core Memory, hunting for their head. The pickup is there. Cyrus, nobody's going to save him, and Krillin will be left high and dry. Helen thought he was going to save his buddy's Riptide Rhythm. Double on the prowl as he tries now to shut down Core Memory from afar, but X-Ball is absolutely broke. Even if he gets to the vending machine, he can't do anything.
Yeah, not so much that he can do. All he can do is run away and snipe. But here comes the launch pad coming from Core Memory. One taking the bridge. Clear view onto him. And I think the WAG will be out for the count. He might be able to take down one, but he won't survive. And there you go, on to 9th place. WAG will be positioned. And Core Memory, 12 elimination already, and getting close to what Evo's Divine have right now. But for Onyx Olympus, the battle of against Evo's Divine is not yet over, so they can stay right here unless they will be gunned down later on once they reposition.
Now let's see how they pull away from their brothers Onyx Olympus on the launch pad. Oh, outside the circle. Straight to GOW. This does not seem like the better rotation, but double, triple, quadruple glue walls thrown out there to make sure they survive as they cut the distance down. Onyx taking the fight up to GOW. Ooh. And Yan Bin with the misstep here will get sprayed down, and the rest of the squad starts running. This is the supremacy of Onyx when they step it up.
Yeah, I mean, they did get that Booyah, and now they want more. So right now, and a bigger launch pad for them to move in against GOW, but we also have Heavy in the same place. So it is looking like Clash Squad for the moment as we look in here, and they are just positioning themselves in a bigger part of this area. But Heavy has no entry just yet, so I guess we have to wait. In 35 seconds, the circle will be closing in, and the rest of the teams might be in a stalemate for a moment while they look for where it will go.
EVOS doesn't really need many more points, but they're saying, what the hell, bro? We're just having some fun. We have to play here anyway. We can't be throwing our matches. And obviously, they want to end here on that #1 spot. Will not make a difference if they qualify in the #1 spot or the 6th spot, but, you know, for flexing purposes, it is important.
For content.
And I guess they want to bring the camera to Conchita as well.
Oh yeah, who doesn't want that to happen? Definitely Lucky wants that to happen as well.
Oh yeah. Lucky's crying every time any other region gets a Booyah.
His hearts jump the moment like the camera is on Conchita camera. Sorry, Lucky, we had to talk about you right now because there's not so much of engagement happening in spite of how close Heavy and Onyx Olympus is right here.
Don't say that, bro. We'll talk about Lucky even when there's an engagement there. It's gonna feel sad.
That's how lucky you are.
Adam. Oh, Demon just standing out in the open, just like me, using his Bison. Obviously, he's going to get sprayed down as the boys now back away. Team Heavy out of nowhere. Well, and GOW is saved. They back away, and Heavy beats Onyx halfway.
Oh, let's see though who goes down in here. We have binoculars being used right now, so spot out how many is in the area, and Kabi will be going down. Now it is heavy. You might have made the wrong decision because GOW will be going in for the flank, and the pinch will be happening. Mufasa almost being taken down, managed to move in onto the other side, but Adrian has something in mind. Mufasa is out.
Unfortunate for him. Just making the circle around the thin wall. Unfortunately, running into two players on the side of Onyx. Easy spray downs. And now Heavy backing away, leaving GOW to deal. Look at these two Vietnamese teams playing tag with each other. Like, no, you go get them. No, you go get them. Well, Onyx will take both of them on back-to-back here. Yanbin sprayed down, turned a little bit too far, but on for the run to pick him up. Grenade being cooked up as well. Yanbin in a lot of trouble. Up top though, this is a phenomenal defense by Dian. Just making sure nobody can get to his buddies, who's obviously trying to play a little bit of recovery there. Visakha Srivijaya up against EVOS. This is a big one for the squad. EVOS down on the ground. Rasya, the final player. Can the Wonder Kid survive this one? Visakha Srivijaya says no. Oh, look at the recovery from EVOS here. Rasya. Coach Shield did get picked up, but gets straight back down onto the ground. And the Wonder Kid, the final one left here, will lose his life as well, as a phenomenal Visakha Srivijaya's run still goes ahead to continue.
Yeah, I mean, they will continue, and Team Heavy will be taken out. GOW out of the game as well. We are left with 5, and here comes Onyx Olympus going in for the flank. And Core Memory just jumped in front of them. So let's see if they will be starting this fight up close and personal. Adam gets into the glue wall trail and hits into the compound, but Adam goes down.
Yep. Onyx, 8 points in hand. Jump. Up on the table. We'll be able to get a shot onto Adrian as well. That's a big play from Jump. Can he get Adam? Yes, he can. And from afar, Team Flash chipping into this battle as well. And CRM getting cooked. Zenzi. No opportunities to run away here. Does get to pick Don up. Jump on his feet as well. And CRM is 17 points. Holy mama.
I mean, a lot of elimination. A lot of teams went against them. And, well, let's see if they will be able to maintain what they have. But Visakha Srivijaya, too hungry for blood. They go in against PE Sports. And they're just peeking at each other right now. Visakha Srivijaya is window shopping.
Yeah, man. And Delena's underestimating Visakha Srivijaya. She does not understand. These Indonesians are hot right now. I mean, the massive points that they've picked up. 66 points thus far from Visakha Srivijaya. I'm damn sure they can pick up 45 more to just absolutely rattle the competition. 2 more games. Visakha's still alive. They can't walk away with the Booyah here. But they need to pick up each and every single point off of this map. No if, buts, or maybes about that. And CRM is definitely a threat. The circle is going to leave all of them high and dry and move towards CRM. And once again, CRM getting blessed by this circle movement.
Yeah, I mean, they timed themselves in a perfect timing wherein that phase of the circle will close in. And also, they see on the minimap where the shift will be coming from. So they just position themselves in where they have more advantage. But for Team Flash, there's not so much that they can do. With only 2 players, or with only a few players that they can deal with, then they have to go into the edge. And that flank might hurt them later on because CRM is already waiting for them.
You do understand that there's a high probability that Malaysia is going to be able to make it to EWC if Todak continues this run, right? Currently, they're in the 4th spot. Delena smiling ear to ear at this point.
She's going to have sinigang tonight.
She's going to have sinigang tonight. Make sure you bring your chapstick, all right? Delena is a really, really, really dry country. But of course, ABCD straight down to the ground. Dead. A sliver of health left on him. PE Sports circling on him. PE as well, man. Phenomenal play from this Vietnamese team that has been sleeping on the competition all throughout, but they woke up at the right time.
Yeah, right timing indeed, and they are backing off in the right timing as well. And none of them are completely eliminated at this point. Well, Core Memory has lost 1, but it's not so much though. But Death is feeling it right now, and Team Flash will be rushed in or rushing out against PE Sports, but with a hurt of the circle as well as a damage for a third party. It is a PE Sports who is surviving, but only one is left.
Yeah, Visakha Sriwijaya desperately trying to catch up, but Team Flash still being alive, and Team Flash ahead of them just makes this bad for business. But thankfully, Obey will personally put the end to the Team Flash player. Out he goes, PE Sports. Nero will get taken out by Joel as well as he stands outside the circle, and now it is CRM in the way. Joel, nasty shot, bringing Cougar down onto the ground. It's not going to be, okay, out in the open. Cougar's not going to be able to be saved here. Zenzi hiding away. And Visakha Sriwijaya looking to end this game with 16 eliminations in hand.
Dude, I mean, it is possible right now. Gardu on the flank, followed by Guns, and Joel on Overwatch. There's nowhere to run right here, and we are seeing core memory spread out. So they can go for isolation play and to be able to take them or pick them off one at a time. Don trying his best to hide into one corner, trying to get close against Cougar, but there's now so much that you can do. And this is a chance for them to probably take out jumps, especially when the footsteps has been heard. But if they jump in the open, it will be a shot that can be made onto the other side as well.
CRM can't even get to the vending machine. At least they might be able to pull in a revival here. Monster truck on the side of Visakha Sriwijaya to exit the top of this building. Zenzi running out in the open. AWM in hand jump. Oh my God. Eating that grenade, but not being tagged by it at all. That was so lucky. Joel will be able to sidestep the Riptide rhythm. And Visakha Sriwijaya, as the circle closes in, still with the advantage in numbers here, Nep.
Yeah, not only numbers, but also elevation. Shots by jump will be cut short because Blue's closing in, and everyone from Visakha Sriwijaya are just focusing, hyper-focusing in one direction. There's no movement that will not be seen by Visakha Sriwijaya at this point, and it might be a healing gameplay. Not so much of a real estate is working right now, but Sensi has already made it to the stairs, and the only question is, what will they do? Will they just wait for the circle to close in, or will they rush in towards CRM?
Yeah, look at the medkits, bro. Medkits all being laid out here. CRM jumping in. Cougar out of nowhere. Right up on top, P90 sprays them down. And CRM striking with the Iron's Heart. And what a phenomenal finisher. 20 eliminations. And core memory giving Visakha Sriwijaya themselves a core memory to remember for a long, long time.
Oh, definitely. I mean, looking at position, one in a tight position, another one in a flank, and a good spread overall. Core memory, if they were isolated one by one, and we were talking about 3D4, if they will be isolated one by one, they could have lost this game. But Jump slowly made his way, trying to get into the stairs, and with those sound cue, just giving them information on who or how many is close to him, as well as the overwatch that's happening on the other side. But the perfect timing when they are expecting, when Visakha Sriwijaya is expecting that this will be a med gameplay, core memory just, no, we're going to rush in and take you down.
Yeah, you need the med gameplay and God to save you from us, says core memory. And core memory just so good in that fight. I am so excited for you guys to see the overall leaderboard now. I'm actually looking at the updated table on my side. And this final game, Neptune, is going to be a crazy one. Visakha Sriwijaya from the 11th spot has now managed to climb up to the 7th spot. All right? Todak has been pushed down to 6th after not performing as well as they wanted to perform, like the previous rounds. Now, Visakha Sriwijaya, with the massive games that they've been taking back-to-back, can do it once again. But rule number one is either Todak or Team Flash needs to be eliminated early. And then Visakha Sriwijaya needs to climb the leaderboard like never before. This miracle run can still be completed by this Indonesian squad.
Definitely. I mean, that is a good storyline. for the team. This is not the first time we've seen an Indonesian team go
Yeah.
against the challenge. First, the Giant Slayer. I keep saying BTR because they are one of the newest in terms of Southeast Asia FFWS. Now we
Yeah.
have Visakha Sriwijaya, another team that they started off like great and then it died off, but right now they're writing their history. They're writing their script right now as a team who is new, who's making that comeback.
But I just wish that they didn't put themselves in a comeback situation. If they could do this today, what the hell were they doing the past 2 days, right? It's not like the other teams were blazing on. I mean, Visakha Sriwijaya, I hate it when people laze their way around when they are so talented like this. Oh my, I felt that in my own heart.
Boomerang.
The story of the procrastinators.
I mean, I feel the same.
Oh, goodness me. But, you know, I'm excited. I'm excited to see what Visakha Sriwijaya does with this one. Obviously, the attention is just going to be on teams like that. EWOS, CRM, Honic, I think they are in the clear, right? PE Sports, I think, is in the clear as well, crazily. But of course, without further ado, guys, let's throw this over to Misa again, third time in the day.
It's the third Booyah of today, guys. And right now I'm here with Pai.
จำครับโดนครับ
โอเค ทั้งคู่ที่แน่ๆเลยทุกคนน่าจะอยากรู้มากๆ ตอนนี้ว่า what happened in the last game because you ended in 6th place เกิดอะไรขึ้นกับเกมที่แล้วที่เราจบที่
อ๋อดีดติดต้นไม้ครับตายหมดตี้เลยมึน
6 ต้นไม้เป็นเหตุนะครับ ผิดที่ต้นไม้นะทุกคนไม่ได้ผิดที่แผนน้องแต่อย่างใด so they jumped and got stuck into a tree guys that's why they got eliminated แล้วของเราจะตอบว่าอะไร
ก็ตั้งเครื่องดีดแล้วมันดีดตามๆกันมาครับต้นไม้มันต้นใหญ่เกินผมก็เลยวิ่งไปชนเลย
เห็นไหมทุกคนผิดที่ต้นไม้ the tree was too big that's why they got stuck okay next one 22 eliminations just now what's the tips that you can give to the audience ได้ 22 อิลิมกันมายิงกันโหดมากมีเทคนิคอะไรอยากจะบอกทุกคนไหม
ก็ไม่ต้องคิดอะไรครับตีอย่างเดียวเดี๋ยวคิวมาเอง
เน้นยิง
ใช่
เน้นเข้าปะทะไว้ก่อน
ใช่ครับ
don't think too much guys just keep on shooting
หลับตาเล่นครับเวลาเล่นถ้าเราลืมตามันจะติดต้นไม้ครับต้องหลับตาไว้เวลาเล่น
okay everyone has to keep their eyes closed or else you're gonna get stuck in the tree okay เป็นเทคนิคที่ดีเดี๋ยวพี่จะเอาไปลองเล่นบ้างสุดท้ายเลย last question about reviving Cougar just now why did you revive him so many times ทำไมถึงเอาจัมป์ขึ้นมาแล้วไม่ใช่เอาจัมป์ขึ้นมาเอาท็อปขึ้นมาแล้วขึ้นมาอีกต้องชุบคูก้าขึ้นมาหลายรอบมากทำไม
เพราะว่าจะได้ 4-4 เพราะว่าทีแรกเราเหลือ 3 ก็แบบให้ท็อปรอวันรออีก
Okay, so the plan was to play 4v4 to get Kuga to attack them from behind. That's why.
ก็จริงๆแล้วเราที่คูก้าดาวไปนะมันเป็นแผนครับเราอยากมี 3-4 ใช่ให้คูก้าเกิดใหม่มาเข้าหลัง
เราอยาก3 ลุม 4
ใช่
โอเคแค่นั้นเลยไม่มีอะไรมาก so he just want to revive Cougar to do 3v4 instead Ready. Thank you for this interview session. Now let's get back to the shoutcasters. Bye.
Thank you very much,
Cutest
Misa. Bye. Misa, that's Misa to you.
Bye.
Bye. But anyways, I mean, there's a lot of things. Despite of the Booyah, there's a lot of things that happen to core memory, and one thing is that tree. that's a patch that they didn't read from the patch note. They didn't know that there was a tree that will grow in that area, so they missed that jump. That was from the previous.
And it created a core memory for them.
Yeah. That's from a previous match. So because of that 3, I think they brought a chainsaw as well into that next one. So they just mow down not just the trees, but also the opposing team. But for Cougar, I mean, being taken out a little bit too early, even in the last part, I thought it was just a position, but they were aiming to pick up Cougar despite of him being taken down in there. But it's tough though. 3v4, they still managed to get that Booyah.
I was wondering where the hell did Cougar come from? And it makes so much of sense now. But Jump, definitely a crazy game for this guy. 11 eliminations, 13 knockdowns. I think this officially is the highest, right? I don't think I've seen numbers like this. 5,000 damage, yeah, we've seen more than that. But 11 eliminations plus 13 assists is just a record setter here. That Alok def. Bro, I'm going to use this Alok later. Clearly, he's surviving long enough to get these numbers.
Yeah, I mean, that is a meta, an OG meta, I would say, when it comes to Free Fire and Battle Royale, but we rarely see it. So I guess it's helping them, especially with how he is moving at this point, M590 in hand, and going in for a rush, because pretty much he's the one who's making all those plays, initiation overall, follow up by the rest of the team, but he's just bringing it on. Compared to the rest of the teams, I mean, Jump is really jumping the gun in this fight.
I mean, not only does he have that Alok, he also brings in that Olivia, right? The healing touch obviously doing a lot of benefit for the rest of his team members, and he's got that sniper as well. So obviously with the treatment gun, etc., it's just going to make the job so much more easier to keep core memory up on their feet as they take fight after fight. And Jump sneaking away 2 of these plays for himself for the eliminations and damage. Come on. He should have gotten it for the assist as well. Come on. Come on, Sensi. Get out of here.
How though? I mean, he's already getting the elimination, so will he be assisting himself? It's tough.
But either way, core memory, 34 points. And this should be able to get them to jump into the #1 spot. But again, impressive run from Visakha Sri Vijaya. And I've already broken the down earlier already. Visakha Sri Vijaya has officially jumped into the 7th spot. You are going to see that shortly. So I'm just guiding your eyes there instantaneously. It's going to be a heavy fight between Visakha Sri Vijaya, Team Todak, as well as Flash after this.
Oh, there you have it. Only 26 points, 27 to beat Team Todak. And I guess Team Todak, as well as the liner, and knees are like shaking at this point. Hopefully it doesn't affect their gameplay, because pressure overall. Todak was in a point wherein, yes, they are confident they might be able to make it. They were very close, and they tried to do so. But for the last few games, I think they were falling in a little bit too early, and that, like, they don't want that to happen. They don't want to follow what Vamos and Expand is doing, because they will lose out that chance to go into the grand finals.
Bro, I mean, I can't really... I don't know. Todak, in the past 2 games, have picked up a total of 2 points. Okay? Each game, they only brought in 1 point. Yeah, I know. The laner right now, she's not chatting because she's crying. But of course, if you want to go out there and pick up a couple of Booyahs for yourself, maybe you want to first pick up one of the best devices out there that you can crush all of your Free Fire games on, the Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra. It comes with the next-gen Snapdragon 8 Elite Galaxy processor featuring an enhanced Vulkan engine and improved ray tracing technology. This delivers outstanding performance, lifelike graphics, as well as a smooth gaming experience.
And with powerful AI capability and top-tier performance, the Galaxy S25 Ultra becomes the ultimate weapon for professional gamers, as well as multitaskers and multimedia. There's a lot, not only for professional gamers, even for us who are, at some point this time and age, are dependent on some instances with AI, like content creation, with getting a few things right or a few things corrected. That is very powerful in the right hands. But speaking of right hands, are they going to bring the Booyah or probably points into the right hands in this last match? Because this is where everything is at stake.
I mean, you could say that again, my friend. Like I said, Todak from the 4th spot has now slipped down to the 6th spot. And they might just lose their qualification into the grand finals. And this is the problem in Malaysia, man. Don't get too overconfident. Just go in there and put in the work, put in the hustle. You know, we need them to get confident. And this is a big problem with many of the teams. Vietnam, once they get confident, they start performing. Malaysia, once they get confident, they start performing, and then they become overconfident.
Yeah.
And then that goes down the drain. So fingers crossed, this final game, one final opportunity at Kalahari to pick up their best. And history tells us that Todak sucks on Kalahari, all right? Out of 18 teams, Todak is placed 17th in terms of performance. They need to make a damn miracle possible to stay in the top 6. Visakha Sriwijaya, on the other hand, is not all that too great on this map. That is the one blessing. Visakha Sriwijaya needs 27 points to overtake Todak. And of course, that also equals Todak not picking up any points at all. At every single point Todak picks up, Visakha Sriwijaya needs to step it up 28, 29, 30, so on and so forth. If Todak gets to that final circle, Neptune, there is a high probability Visakha Sriwijaya goes back a little disappointed today.
Yeah, I mean, well, if you're going to lose, at least you get very, very close to the next spot, what you're aiming for, because it will hurt that much, but it will motivate you to do even more from the early parts of the competition. If they've done it like from day number 1 and they didn't wait for this moment to really catch up, it would be a chance for them to secure their spot because they can pull it off. But again, there was loss in confidence, and now they're grabbing that confidence. But I do agree with you with Todak. They don't have that from the beginning, but once they got it, they were over confident. So public warning, guys, confident moderately.
Confident moderately. Amen. Let's hop on in here. The final game, not just of the day, but of our knockout phase. 6 weeks long. All culminates down to this point where we find the final 6 teams that will join the top 6 in the grand finals. And it's a fair flight path. Nobody can complain. Let's see who's the best out there now.
Yeah, let's see if there will be any challenges, early hot drops that will be happening. And I'm seeing right now in Stone Ridge, it's not 1, it's not 2, it's 3 teams within this area. And let's see who survive. But for the rest of the teams, they're trying their best to make it work. Even Divine right now, not really going in for the challenge of elimination. They want to survive and get all those loots as well. And it will be tough if Vamos were the ones who will bring them down. But there goes Aim God already out for the count. And another one follows through. But it seems like Evo Divine is not out just yet. They still have 2 players to work with, and they made work on Team Vamos.
I mean, good try for sure for Vamos. Just unfortunate, right? Unfortunate indeed. But GOW dropping by to say hello. Demon with a double vector. Been a while since we saw this gun pop off. And God will be punished by the double vector. Kochil with the Mac 10 trying to get a drop on this guy. But Demon's just way too slippery on his feet. Ray jumping away. M590. And they will not get a drop on him just yet. Up top, good blue wall by Ray. Kochil joining him as well to keep the numbers advantage on the side of EVOS.
I mean, I love how Demon is playing it, waiting for the rest of the teams. One has been taken down, so this is an advantage that GOW can take. The distraction, so that they don't have that visual on the surrounding area, and this is what Eva Divine is doing. It's a good thing, though, that Aim God will be revived as well and dropping into Santa Catarina. But you mentioned about the double vector, and you know who reminds me of the double vector? Cobra.
Oh, I miss the guy, man. I mean, I don't know what he's doing with his life right now, but I sure as hell miss him on Free Fire.
Yeah, I mean, he is a massive double vector up close and personal, but in today's meta, there's a lot that can be done. But for Expand, well, they managed to take down one of the players who's strolling into Old Hampton, and they will get their 2 points.
that mid. But GOW. At this point of time, they should just look for one of the teams that are trying to qualify and then just lie down in the middle of the road. Help them.
I mean, good help for those who needs it, and a lot of teams needs it right now. All those points that is happening, but I mean, GLW put up a good fight. But Demon is still alive though not so much of health. But here comes Jump, who jumped in the backstab, literally happening. But Dawn will go in for the help as the pickup will be done on core memory. Cougar will be bought back, and well, we go into WAG for the battle against Team Flash.
Yep, and this is a great fight here from Flash, but will be forced on the back foot here for the revival. In the meantime, WAG at Foundation. They need to work on their foundation for sure. Unfortunately for WAG, I think this is just too much to ask for one game. They need way too many points, so we are not going to see WAG at the finals. How crazy is that, Net?
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, they were the ones, they are the top of the Vietnamese team in the beginning of the day. And even from the previous, if you carry over on how they performed previously, they're the ones who really are showing up. But, well, it is what it is right now. We keep mentioning that the other teams really are showing up differently. It's not that the top dogs or those who are doing quite well previously are easing out. It's just that a lot of teams are performing better than expected. And another team would be Visakha Sriwijaya, though we don't have record from them from the past. It's just more coming from this tournament, but I love the evolution that they made.
Absolutely, Visakha Sriwijaya, the team that is facing the most amount of pressure here. CRM will pile on that pressure even further as WAG is put out by Expand. Visakha Sriwijaya, their run, their dream, it all ends here in the hands of CRM. Bye, Visakha Sriwijaya, and Todak just got saved big time by CRM.
Oh, definitely. I mean, that is a huge lead that they have in Visakha Sriwijaya. Might have been able to grab all those points, but right now Todak is in trouble. But I think with Best J already out for the count, even Heavy will be having some trouble in getting all those points. So if Todak, well, at least survive a little bit longer and get a few more points to secure their spot.
I mean, my heart's broken for Visakha Sriwijaya.
Yeah.
WAG, obviously, they were way too fast, so I heart broke for them earlier on already. But I have to say, Toda, good job, man. What a play today. They've picked up the kind of points they have not picked up in a long time, and they have to be proud of themselves because consistency is key, and I think all 3 days they have brought in decent number of points to make this a possibility for themselves on this final day.
Yeah, speaking of consistency, both these teams of CRM and GOW has been consistently going against each other in Stone Ridge, and they're just going in back and forth. The moment GOW will be taken out, they will regroup and then get back against CRM. So I'm not quite sure if that's a good plan, but well, I guess it would still work for them if you want to practice on how to go against the pros. Or, well, these are all pros, but better pros, I would say. And Jump will be taken down. Yan Bin will be out as well. Sensi will try to spot on an Overwatch, but 2v2 will be happening at this moment. And there goes the flank coming from GOW, and Dawn will be out.
Oof. Out they go, and EVOS. They bow down, they bow out. But this leaderboard can no longer change, and CRM will dominate the day in that #1 spot. Look at this massive play. 9 eliminations already. And GOW giving them a run for their money. What a nade by Cougar! And he takes himself out. Help it out, GOW. Dawn goes down. Jump is broke. He can't bring back his brothers in here. What have you done, Dawn?
And that's it. The M79 that made them fail. But I guess there's, as you did mention, there's no really point of getting the #1 spot. They're already in top 6. They have a decent amount or huge amount of points against Onyx Olympus, and they will maintain their spot. For Team Flash, though, again, if Todak is safe, Team Flash is safe as well. So it's up to the other teams who are very, very close. WAG is already out. Heavy, we haven't seen them just yet, but they are close enough to Visakha Sriwijaya. And if they did a miracle at this point in getting 20, 30 points, if Todak's not making it, then that would be something else, AJ. A different kind of story.
Oh my, absolutely. It would be a heartbreaking story for sure, just like how it was heartbreaking to see Visakha Sriwijaya get eliminated. But look at Expand popping off. I mean, some last-minute fight here by Expand. I mean, some miracle can still happen here. If Expand walks away from this lobby, Neptune, how many points will Expand need to climb into the top 6? I'm just thinking wild stuff here, right? Expand needs 38 points. Holy Lord. Yeah, that's impossible. Even if they eliminate, unless they eliminate everybody in the lobby and then they wait for them to revive, they leave one player on each team and then they eliminate them again. I think that's a little bit too much to ask.
Well, it did work for GOW and CRM because they've been going against each other, reviving, and then fighting against each other. Thus, early parts, not even moving away from Stone Ridge, GOW got 13 elimination already. Expand, though, they have the 10th, but there's still a long way to go, especially if Todak is still alive and kicking, and I don't think they will be losing all those legs, and they can kick some more.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a crazy start to this matchup. Todak still alive and kicking, so Todak can one-up themselves, right? Yet now that they're in the top 6, do they want to just keep the top 6 spot, or do they want to maybe move back into the 4th spot? There's not a lot of points between them and Team Flash. That's literally a 1-point differential. And between them and PE Sports to catch up, they need about 7 points more, right? PE is still alive, though. That said, PE and Team Flash, both of them. PE, Team Flash, and Todak. These 3 teams, mad respect. Mad respect.
Yeah, I mean, as we say it in the Philippines, comeback Israel.
Oh, comeback is definitely real, man. This is just a crazy good game for them. And of course, we've got 6 more teams left in here. And as you can see, Todak with 175 points is just an impossible task for these teams to climb up and meet them. Expand will need massive numbers. That's not going to happen. And like we mentioned, 2 points away from Team Flash and away from PE Sports. This is still very doable. Just 6 points away. But in order to do this, Todak literally needs to beat Flash and PE and take them out of the equation.
Yeah, and Flash is on one side, Todak is on the other, and PE Sports is a little bit north though. But for Onyx Olympus, they are in a battle, a scruffle, I would say, against Expand, and seems like no one is losing just yet. Team Expand is trying to break down everything, waste all those resources, and well, let's see if they'll be able to break through. Otherwise, they need to back away, but they do have an insurance policy coming from one of the players of Expand. Probably that is Loki on Overwatch and the Snipe. So let's see if they'll be able to continue on. But no! There goes Iru for the push. And Adrian, though he went down. The rest of Expand can still fight on this battle.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dairu, a sliver of health, and Expand, come on, what a play, bro. Now, Expand 5 points behind Heavy, who are not even in here to pick up any more points, so phenomenal play once again. But then again, time is running out. Expand literally needs to extinguish the whole lobby and then allow them to revive. There's a vending machine there, so it's very possible.
I mean, Todak not getting any elimination just yet. They're just going for placement, and this is a smart move for them. Placement overall can increase that lead, regardless of Expand getting that much of points. So I would say that top 6 is a battle against Malaysian teams. But PE Sports right now will try to go in for that flank. Let's see if they can spot out anyone within this area of foundation. And GOW also in ahead, but Rip Mine, what everyone hates in this battle, especially if you're down on HP.
Todak hasn't picked up a single point in here. And obviously, we understand why. They don't really need to hustle. They don't need to look for points. They're already in the top 6, and the spot is pretty much guaranteed for them. Imagine pulling in an average of 1 point per game in the past 2 games and still qualifying in the top 6. I mean that also, of course, says how much of effort they put in at the start of the day.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the number of points that they have to make sure that they will not lose out that much, despite of getting only 2 points from the previous matches. And I won't be surprised if they don't get any elimination here. But PE Sports putting a lot of pressure, getting a little bit too close. That might be a chance for Todak to get those elimination. But I guess with what we've seen earlier in terms of numbers, Todak's spot is secured. So all they have to do is wait, increase that chance in terms of placement point, and then they can celebrate later on.
And PE Sports here. Thus far, 2 Booyahs on Kalahari, looking for their third before we bring the knockout stage to a phenomenal close. A little disappointing to not see WAG, Team Heavy and GOW in the finals. Disappointed to see Visakha Sriwijaya drop the ball at the very final second, but hopefully this disappointment spurs them on to prove themselves in the next season. But Expand is still... Where was this version of Expand all this while?
Well, we keep asking. We keep asking that, and it's more of the energy, the adrenaline rush that is happening in the final match we're in, or the final chances we're in, they are showing up. But let's see, though, we still have a Feet and Adrian that might be able to stop Team Flash from getting a few more points. But no, Blue Wall plus the Blue and Wang M right now, hook gun right straight above them. But Wang M will be blocked with those glue walls, and they are being gatekept, and they will use that catapult to be able to get away.
Yep, beautifully done. PE Sports, though, going in for the rush. Glue wall melters lay it all down in front. Flash extinguished by Expand, but PE Sports, though, being put down onto the ground. 2 players down and out, and look at GOW extending themselves outside the circle to pull away a few points off of them, and GOW putting themselves in a lot of risk in them.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a challenge to bring the camera back to Yoon Sul. And no, they're still failing, though. It's now a 2v2. If GOW doesn't go for the pickup, but no, a complete squad right now. And either they go left on Todak or go right to Expand. But here comes Traps for the backstab. Demon in the fight, but Expand wants to join the party as well.
Wow.
No, he's still alive and kicking. And it is now up to Expand against 1 player or 2 player from GOW.
Oh, this is insane. What a performance from Malaysia. Drian and 590 takes a 180 with a 1v1, but Demon denies the uncles and brings us to Yoon Sul. What an excitement from the Vietnamese desk. GOW celebrating the Booyah. But I don't know if anyone has given them the news yet. They haven't qualified for the finals.
I'm pretty sure they know, but I mean, you know how it is. Booyah still brings in that excitement, and there might be something that is happening if they are getting that Booyah from this day. You know how it is with teams, their organization. There are a few challenges that's being brought in, not only the LPS that we're talking about, but hopefully that will motivate them even more in the next season, because as you did say, they will be taken out of contention for this fight.
Yeah, man, I mean, what a game, what a day. And GOW, massive numbers towards the very end here. And there is just no doubt whatsoever that if we had this performance a little bit earlier here on the final week to qualify for the grand finals, GOW would definitely join their brothers, PE Sports and Flash. But PE Sports and Flash, salute. Seriously.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. They came from the bottom of the leaderboard, and then with only a few days, they managed to bring themselves up onto the top 6. But for GOW, like, awesome performance for that match, and they didn't let go of CRM. I did mention from Stone Ridge, they're the ones who are challenged and being like challenging CRM in there, and once they let go, they had 13 elimination already. So given that, that's 3 revivals, if I'm not mistaken, that happened from both teams, and well, that's something else, surviving against CRM.
And Expand, with that victory, guess where they climb up to, guys? They are now on the 7th spot. One more game. If we had one more game, Expand would be the finals right now. We would have 2 Malaysian teams with the potential to head on to EWC. And I cannot believe how... I mean, clearly they are capable of doing it, right?
Yeah.
The team needs to sit down. I mean, these teams definitely need to sit down. You know, Expand, GOW, what a massive game that was. They just literally launched themselves up, you know, close enough to the top 6. Not close enough, but, you know, somewhere there. With this massive, massive final game, where was this brilliance out of these teams earlier in this final week? I don't know. I'm sure they'll be very disappointed with themselves and their performance, but either way, at least GOW gets to smile. 2 Booyahs thus far in this final week, but unfortunately, they don't get to squeeze themselves into the top 6. Team Flash, on the other hand, from Vietnam, 0 Booyahs across the 3 days, and they're in the top 6. That's pretty crazy good.
Yeah, it's more of a balance of elimination and placement point. And I remember the time. It's nostalgic when we talk about balance. We're seeing numbers just like this. How close it is within placement point and elimination. That was pre-revival seasons.
Yes.
Like before it was revivals, you can only get elimination out of the entirety of the squad. And it was like, it was a different story overall. But now they can get as much elimination as possible. They have that chance already, but Team Flash has done so much. Not so much in Booyah, but in the tenacity as well as survivability in the battlefield.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, you know, and Todak gets to fly. Malaysia gets to fly to Hanoi for the LAN event. Todak players get to be interviewed by Yun So. That in itself, they are winning in life, bro.
Or it will increase their anxiety of not looking at the host, because they haven't experienced that just yet. Right?
The first time they'll get to experience a host, which is not an uncle.
Not even an auntie.
I don't know. Conchita Caroline might be there.
You didn't hear it. You didn't hear it from us.
Lucky is like, what? You know, what a final day. This is exactly what we want. This is exactly how the competition should come to an end for phase 2 of the knockout stages. And I think whoever who coined this format, they need a raise. They need a promotion. They need extra annual leaves, because this is just pure genius. And this is the first Free Fire format that I'm actually enjoying end to end. And I think it is. Initially, when I looked at the calendar, I was like, what, 6 weeks? How are we going to keep it exciting for 6 weeks, right? But it was not a difficult thing at all. 6 weeks just disappeared just like that. It has been such a crazy good run thus far at FFWSC.
Exactly. And it brings us the mixed emotion that we're getting right now. But let's see what emotion the team has right now as we go in for that interview.
What a nice way to end our tournament day in the knockout stage. Even myself cannot believe it, you guys. And the Booyah of our final match belongs to Gao Esports. And I'm Yunso. Right next to me is Gao Dayan, the captain of our team. So let's jump into our question, shall we? Okay, so overall, this may be not a good end for all of us. But, you know, we have been through so many struggles with your team. How is your feeling after we end our tournament? Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Yushu và bên cạnh mình đây chính là Gao Dayan, đội trưởng của Gao Esports. Và với câu hỏi đầu tiên là chúng ta đã vừa kết thúc một vòng bảng khá là dài rồi và những khó khăn cũng đã tới rất là nhiều, nhưng mà mọi người cũng đã hoàn thành rất là tốt. Đặc biệt là có một Booyah để giải khuây không khí nặng nề trong ngày hôm nay. Thì bạn cảm thấy thế nào sau khi mình đã bạn đã hoàn thành một hành trình rất là vất vả hả?
Cảm thấy không được vui cho lắm.
Bạn cảm thấy là có điều gì khó khăn xảy ra với đội mình trong cái quá trình mà mình bắn giải như thế này không?
Ở tuần cuối thì bọn mình gặp khá nhiều khó khăn về việc chiến thuật lẫn các cá nhân trong team bọn mình mắc lỗi nhiều.
Overall, I feel disappointed, upset, and not really satisfied with our result in this tournament. And during the tournament, we had a lot of mistakes. We misunderstood each other. We cannot communicate. We did so many, the simple things that shouldn't be wrong in the game. But overall, we still overlapped it, and we cannot pass it. But I think today, maybe it's enough for them for this Booyah. Turn to our second questions. It's like this format is really new to our teams currently. Do you feel like the update is too fast for you and your team can adapt to it or not? And overall, I want to ask a little bit in the game, how can you guys pull back so good in our last game like this? Thì không biết là Dayon có cảm thấy là cái meta mà mình được update ở trong giải đấu này nó có bị thay đổi quá nhanh không, và đội tuyển của mình là có thực sự là gặp vấn đề gì, hay là mọi người gặp phải khó khăn gì đó khi mà mình phải thích nghi với meta, đặc biệt là OB được cập nhật mới ở trong mùa giải này không ạ?
Thì OB nó cũng ảnh hưởng rất khá nhiều với bọn mình ở tuần cuối này, thì do bọn mình bắt meta khá chậm cho nên là bắn không được tốt.
Vậy thì ở trong cái game cuối cùng này là một cái game coi thực sự rất là đã mắt của Gao Esports, thì làm sao mà mọi người có thể động viên nhau để mà mình vực dậy mạnh mẽ như thế vậy ạ?
Ở game cuối cùng thì bọn mình đang cố gắng giữ lại sức chủ hẹn cho anh Bạc, với bọn mình cũng không còn gì để mắt nữa.
So overall, it's like a really struggle road for the Gao Esports, because they feel like they made a lot of mistakes and they feel like they upset and disappointed the most for his brother is Galbak, so he feel kind of bad right now. But overall they're just a team try to push through everything, and here they are. Maybe I think they will have the lessons to learn. Cảm ơn mọi người rất là nhiều vì đã theo dõi phần phỏng vấn của Dayon, và tất nhiên là chúng ta đã có được hai đội tuyển tham gia vào chung kết tại Hà Nội, đó chính là P Esports và Team Flash. Xin chúc mừng hai đội tuyển của chúng ta. Và bây giờ thì hẹn gặp lại mọi người lần sau nhé. Thank you so much for watching our interview. And now let's head back to our caster and see the game stats.
I mean, AJ, I feel Gao Esports, even like from Yunsu, I'm feeling it right now, and that's how it is. You regret things that, well, you won't regret it from the beginning. You will regret it after the fact. And it just so happened that it had to end this way. Whatever it is that they've done for today, for that final match, hopefully they remember that. They carry that all throughout the games. Not just like the ending, but all throughout from the beginning to the end. The feeling of grabbing a Booyah, as well as disappointment of not reaching their goal.
Yeah, there was a lot of tension in that interview.
Yeah, definitely.
There's a lot of tension in the interview. There's a lot of emotions in the interview. Unfortunate for GOW, but hopefully it's a good lesson that they can pick up for themselves and make sure they spur on, right? Because teams like Flash, teams like P Esports have definitely seen a lot of disappointment before fighting this qualifier. But still, we do not know for sure if or not they're going to be able to make it to EWC or not. But what is guaranteed is their flight ticket to Hanoi will be for sure. GOW not being able to join their brothers in Hanoi obviously is going to pain them a little bit, but hopefully they do bounce back. Not just GOW, right? Visakha Sriwijaya.
Oh yeah.
What a miss. This is... But I'm looking forward to seeing them again. I think they were very, very exciting to watch. Just not very consistent. I don't even know why. I think these boys are a little bit overconfident as well. They know they are able to perform and they're like, we'll do it later. Procrastinators organization, clearly they are part of that organization, maybe as members, maybe as coordinators, I don't know, but it did not check out in their favor this time.
Yeah, I think I know. It's pretty much like the pressure of everyone, of all the teams out here, especially in the rotation of the phase 1. You know how it
Yeah.
is. You start off, you might be in a good set of groups when you started off. You perform, and we also mentioned that earlier that some of the teams starts phase one a little bit slow, so there's not so much of pressure, and therefore that is being felt early by Visakha and Vijaya. Thus, they were performing, and then towards the end, especially in this stage, phase two, there's a lot of a chase that's been happening. But if Visakha Sriwijaya could have started it and anticipated that, okay, the top dogs are already out, we can go back to how it is in day number one, then they could have started it early and they could have been part of that top six and the finalists.
But, you know, things happen as they are meant to happen.
Yeah.
We were not meant to see Visakha Sriwijaya in the finals. That's just fated for them, you know, regardless of what made them hustle last minute or what made them take advantage of the fact that they are a really, really good Free Fire squad. I guess it's their bad luck, but at the same time, a blessing for the teams that have qualified, especially the teams that qualified from the 4th spot onwards, right? We're talking about Team P Esports, Flash, and Todak. Let's talk a little bit about Todak, because this Malaysian team won Booyah so far in the final week here. 93 placement points, 91 eliminations for a total of 184 points. Scraping through, and that is great, right?
Yeah.
But expand 16 points behind Todak. If we want to talk about how Visakha Sriwijaya should have stepped it up, expand did better than Visakha Sriwijaya, and they were closer to it. Team Todak. They are literally in the 7th spot. I feel so bad for Expand. I wish they could have seen a little bit of the grand finals as well.
I mean, looking at the numbers though, in like the daily performance, day after day for the past 3 days, they're very close, Todak and Expand. At some point, just Todak really performed quite well, especially from yesterday. There's a few instances that they meet each other. Todak's the one surviving a lot more, and a lot of elimination that has been going on. And past 2 days before this, 2 days, 2 matches before this, 2 points already. So that is something that Expand could have taken advantage of, but probably empathizing to their fellow men. They don't want to push them down. So I don't know what's happening, but I do agree. Everything that we've said, not only for Expand, but for the other teams who didn't make the cut, hopefully you're taking it in, like, and bringing it in, put it into heart so that you can work on it until the next season.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is what's great about this, right? That there is no failure.
Exactly.
Yeah, you tried for it. You still earn good money, all right? Good USD, even though you don't qualify for the finals. And you are not taken out of the equation at all. You still have the other seasons that you can make a good play for. You will miss EWC. It's a very big miss in terms of prize pool as well as opportunity. It's not a very big miss in terms of the heat. It's very hot there. I'm sure it's hot in Vietnam as well, but it's not as hot. But in the grand scheme of things, jokes aside, I think it's good to sometimes be disappointed with yourself so that you can, you know, step it up the next time round. And obviously, the closer they got to the top 6, the more disappointed they would be. GOW, you saw them, you know, saw Dian almost in tears. He was close as well. They ended up in the 8th spot at the end of our 3 days run after 18 games. Unfortunate, but vamos. 78 points away from the team in the 11th spot. They are dead last. It looked like Vamos did not even try. And this was the Vamos that were making us lose our minds in phase 1. This is the Vamos that started off phase 2 damn well. I don't even know what to say, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know what to say about Vamos right now, but I guess we're heading in a little bit of entertainment and bringing it over to that LBS.
At the end, it's still winning for us, right? Since our betting from the beginning, we have the Booyah race with Indonesia, and of course we won because Gal Esports got 1 Booyah at the end, and we are 66 points. But Onyx Olympus also have 1, but they only have 56 points. So we won. So we are here with the coach of Gal and the coach of PE Sport. We will be here to receive the consequence from other teams. Let's go!
At least
Hôm nay thì chúng mình sẽ chơi kèo và
will
tất nhiên
not
là
be,
Việt Nam đã
like,
chiến thắng ở trong phần
doing
kèo
the
này.
challenge or-
Bên cạnh mình đây đó chính là huấn luyện viên Thanh Nhã và huấn luyện viên Hoàng Anh. Và kèo của chúng mình ngày
Something
hôm
to
nay đó
smile
chính là
about.
cuộc đua Booyah cùng với đội tuyển Indonesia. Và Gao Esports đã
But clearly
thắng
they're
bởi vì
not
cả hai đội
smiling.
đều có Booyah. Tuy nhiên, điểm của Gao lớn hơn là 66 điểm. Trong khi đó là Onyx chỉ có 56 điểm thôi. Còn bây giờ thì hãy cùng chúng mình xem màn trả kèo của những đội tuyển khác nha. Let's go!
No, they're not gonna go.
They're waiting for that. Bye.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, unfortunately,
There
we
you go.
didn't get a chance to win today's LBS challenge, which is quite a shame because this is our
Looks
final
like
day
a
on the knockout
close.
stage. But that is okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. In the name of
They must be the
sportsmanship,
coaches.
I'm here
Yeah.
with all the casters that are working today. Big applause for our casters, and we're ready to do the punishment. Kita siap untuk ngelakuin hukuman hari
There's the
ini.
casters,
Udah
the
barengan sama
talents.
caster juga, meskipun sebenarnya sayang ya kita nggak berhasil menangin LBS challenge di hari terakhir
Thank God we're
di
not
fase
related to any one of the
knockout.
nations.
Tapi sebelum kita masuk ke
As you
punishment,
said,
ngobrol-ngobrol
we're
dulu
neutral.
lah. Biasanya soalnya
Yeah,
terpisahkan mejanya jauh gitu kan. Aku hanya menjadi background dari mereka di meja sana. Oke, kalau ngelihat dari hasil apa yang sudah terjadi hari ini, apa sih yang bisa kalian ungkapkan atau kalian deskripsikan atau pengen kalian sampaikan supaya nggak jadi unek-unek dan kepikiran sampai di rumah. Ini siapa aja yang jawab, bebas, aku translate dulu ya.
Mungkin King Kodok.
Is there anything you'd like to share with us regarding tonight's matches and today's overall results? Because I know that it's pretty hard for us to talk about Visakha Sriwijaya because they were so close, they were almost there. So yeah, is there anything you'd like to share to us regarding the results tonight?
Ya, hemat saya sebenarnya.
Hemat saya nggak tuh.
Ya,
Nanti
kecewa.
gue translate-nya gimana? Diskon saya, discounted gitu, enggak ya?
Ini mau ngobrol aja gitu. Maksudnya ya kalau kecewa pastilah di hari ini ngelihat hasil dari Visakha Sriwijaya. Namun perasaan lebih lanjutnya lagi bakal dijelaskan oleh Bung Skyla.
Waduh. Gak apa-apa sih, durasinya
Oke.
panjangin aja.
Iya, panjangin gantian dong Yonsel ya. Oke. Jadi kalau dari kita para caster tentunya kita mendoakan yang terbaik untuk Visakha dan masih berharap kalau mereka bisa kembali lagi ke sini. Karena dari masing-masing kita para caster kita selalu berpikir bahwa Visakha dengan semua personilnya dari coaching staff sampai player itu merupakan tim yang sangat capable dan bisa bermain di FFWS SEA. Jadi harapan kita sangat besar untuk melihat mereka bisa kembali lagi ke panggung FFWS SEA 2025 fall nanti.
Amin. So we're all wishing the best for Visakha Sriwijaya because we believe in them. We know how the team has pretty much everything under control, that everything is very professional, and we can't wait to see them go back into the stage of FFWS Southeast Asia the next time because they truly deserve the spotlight. Oke, terakhir nih, kalau tadi kan lebih kepada apa yang mau disampaikan yang mungkin masih mengganjal melihat result hari ini. Selanjutnya untuk Grand Final sendiri. Kalau ngelihat dari hasil peperangan kita selama 6 pekan ini, ada prediksi-prediksi gak sih yang mungkin bisa disampaikan sama kalian? Prediksi berselimut harapan juga boleh banget. Is there any prediction regarding the final of FFWS SEA 2025 Spring?
Ya, siapapun itu perwakilan dari Indonesia, Indonesia bisa juara. Dan kalaupun bukan Indonesia yang juara, yang pasti bukan Vietnam juga yang juara.
Kalau dari aku mungkin dikit aja, Indonesia dengan sudah eliminate-nya Visakha Sriwijaya, 4 lainnya bisa lebih fokus, tidak mungkin bisa dilakukan oleh tim Thailand karena mereka ngirim 5 tuh. Jadi mereka mau ngerebutin juara sampai jangan juga tereliminasi kalau kita fokus aja juara udah.
Oke, tepuk tangan dong untuk para caster kita. So we're hoping for the best for all of the Indonesian team with the elimination of Visakha Sriwijaya. We hope the other 4 teams can do their best, can perform their best. And Aji here actually said that whoever's going to win the title, he's pretty sure that it's coming from the Indonesian team and it would not be any of the Vietnamese team. All right, let's just do the punishment now. As we all know, the punishment is that we're gonna have to do a bit of makeup in the face of our casters because we lose the challenge today. But I'm gonna take this moment to extend our respect toward Visakha Sriwijaya. So I'm just gonna write, So I'm just gonna write V, and then E, and then S, kecoret maaf. And J, which stands for Visakha Sriwijaya. Dikitin. All right, VESG. We love you, Visakha Sriwijaya. Good luck next time. It was a really, really nice try. So yeah, that's it from us. The Indonesians, let's go back to the highlight.
There you have it, the casters from Indonesia, as well as Conchita Caroline, and as well as we saw earlier, Yoon Sul, and the winners of that challenge. All hearts going into, I would say, for those not making the cut of top 6, but for Indonesia, I'm feeling it because they're the only team, Visakha Sriwijaya, who will not be making it for the grand finals. But this is something that should have been expected. But I know they're doing everything to motivate Visakha Sriwijaya so that they will not lose hope the next time that they go back in the season.
What a Demon, 11 eliminations, 11 knockdowns, 3,471 on the damage with that R-Lock, rocking it out there. Beautifully done by this guy. And of course, he's got the Olivia, he's got the Nairi, he's got the Ford in here as well, a little tanky, lots of recovery capability with those blue walls, with that healing touch as well. This man, support player, being able to rake in these numbers is very, very impressive.
Yeah, it's looking like what we've seen from Jump of Core Memory is somewhat similar. Even the numbers are similar. But right now, putting in Steffi, Tatsuya, as well as Koda into the mix, and there's so much that teams has done in terms of that active skill, but the passive skill is pretty much the same. But one thing that is catching my eye right now is Ton bringing in that J Beeps. Not a lot has been using the J Beeps anymore because they are going in for a different approach in passive skill. But because of a lot of engagement that happened against Core Memory in Stone Ridge, and before they head into the final circle, it has brought them with a lot of elimination, with 11 coming from a Demon, 4 and 3, plus another 3 from the rest of the team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at this, man. A total of 21 eliminations. Demon getting the highlight for the eliminations was again Rian, this time with the damage, and Demon sneaking the back-to-back highlight here for the knockdowns as well. I mean, you got to respect the play out of GOW this time. A little bit of a consolation prize highlight here, as they do not make it into the grand finals. They don't manage to show up in Hanoi. They don't get to meet our wonderful host in person. I think that's the biggest loss.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that is a big loss indeed. But, well, it is what it is. A lot has been laid already. A lot of challenges has been put up, especially with the 6 weeks of battle. But looking at game standing, who is following them? Expand. I thought 33 by GOW is big, but second place also with 21 elimination coming from Expand. This is something else. And I guess they've only felt it in the final moment that they need to bring in all this kind of numbers, because this looks like when Booyah United or Team Falcons was playing in the early parts of knockout stage.
Yeah, man. I mean, Expand wasn't playing like Expand. Expand was playing like Buriram. Namto Suna Hoga, baby. I mean, but unfortunate, Expand climbs up to the 8th spot in today's performance only, But in the grand scheme of things, this is not the most important thing. Obviously, we want to praise CRM for getting that #1 spot. Both of our predictions were spot on here in terms of them being in the top 3. But what we didn't see coming through was WAG. We thought WAG would step it up on the final day, but PE Sports did instead. And look at this, man. Expand with that hustle. They make it to the 7th spot, but they will miss out on the grand finals at Hanoi. Would have been nice to see 2 Malaysian teams fly into Vietnam for this grand finals, but this is all we get. EVOS, CRM, Onyx, PE Sports, Flash, Todak, they joined the top 6 in the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, Todak bringing the dream alive for Malaysia, because before the week started, they were like forgotten. I would say forgotten in most instances. It was Expand, if not Vamos, who are performing. But Todak says we're going to turn it around. But the team who has maintained consistency since yesterday and getting the title of Team of the Day as well as additional prize would be Core Memory.
Yeah, but Core Memory was obviously looking for the #1 spot as well, but missing out on it by 9 points. Obviously, it would hurt a little bit, but at least they get highlighted back to back here as the team of the day. And like you pointed out rightfully, when we were looking at the prize pool, they get the extra, the bonus 250 USD as well for being the team of the day. So good on them. But these are the top 12 teams that have qualified for the grand finals on the 14th of June. RRQ, Falcons, Buriram, Virtus Pro, Bigatron Esports, AG Global, EVOS Divine, Core Memory, Onyx Olympus, PE Sports, Flash, and Todak.
Yeah, the 12 teams who will be fighting it off on the 14th of June. There's plenty of time for them to do the homework, plenty of time for them to do some practice, plenty of time for them to make things right for everything that they've done wrong into this battle, because there's also some things that need to be given in the grand finals.
This is a good consolation for WAG. They may not be able to grab the top prize in BR. They may not be able to, participate. Oh, wait. WAG does go to Hanoi overall. So
yeah,
because the Clash Squad Grand Finals is happening there as well. Okay, so WAG is going to be there. It's good. They get to play for extra money as well through Clash Squad if they become champions. And the last time we saw them, they are definitely champion worthy in Clash Squad. So I'm actually looking forward to WAG winning big there. The only problem is we've got some crazy squads waiting to take them on and snuff them out.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot of expectation out there. But, well, AJ, knockout stage has been happening for 6 weeks, and we have to end it right here. But we are waiting for everyone who has joined us in here to also join us on the grand final. So, see you there.